Good afternoon and welcome to the February 21st, 2023 meeting of the Greensboro City Council. We are going to start today's meeting with a closed session. Mary Kay, could you read it?
Yes. I move to go into closed session to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the city's attorneys and the City Council regarding David Ray versus the City of Greensboro, number 09 CVS 2437.
So that has been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And that passes unanimously. We will return at 5:30. Thank you.
Ago, Greensboro City staff and council members moved into the Melvin Municipal Office Building, consolidating many departments all under one roof. We chatted with the man for whom City Hall is named about the building and the people who passed through these doors.
I'll bet you since I left, I haven't been in here 8 times.
A walk through City Hall with Jim Melvin is a walk through time. Are you flooded with memories?
Yes, mostly personal. Hazel Birch was the city clerk, wonderful woman. I used to call her the mother of the city. And then Nancy Peak. Nancy was such a wonderful person. She was the city clerk the rest of my term, which meant almost 10 years.
Mostly he remembers the people, men and women who worked by his side to shape Greensboro as we know it today. And he remembers where his passion for community all started.
My daddy, who ran a little one-horse service station down on South Greensboro on Ashburn Street, now Martin Luther King, he really kept trying to make Greensboro better, and I saw that.
He talks about his time with the JCs, where he learned how to serve and began to work closely with Greensboro city government.
Carson Bain, who was mayor at the time, and a great mayor, I might add, he decided we needed to build a governmental complex. That's the way it was sold. And they appointed a committee of 5 people.
Melvin was one of the 5 tasked with designing a building that could bring city services spread over several blocks at the time, all in one place.
But then we selected the architect, who was Catalano, world famous. And we told him that we wanted a state-of-the-art, modern, open office landscaping complex, and that's what he gave us.
What was kind of the idea behind that?
It improved communications, because if all of your associates are working in a complex where they can stand up and look over and ask you a question, that improves communications, and that's what we were all about.
You brought the outdoors in this building, and that's pretty unique.
We wanted that, a botanical garden, and that's what he gave us, and it has sustained, and it gives it an open freshness appeal rather than just a sterile office building where you got nothing but offices.
Staff moved into the building in the fall of 1972. By that time, Melvin was mayor.
You have to admit that this, when you come in here, you get the feeling that this is an organization that's trying to be in touch and be communicative and be open to the public. And that's what this building was all about.
As mayor, Melvin frequently appeared on TV and in newspaper articles sharing news about the city and kept his word to be open to the public.
Every month we'd have a different community meeting, and we'd take one city council person and I would go and meet in this area and we would cause all the city department heads to go with us. And we made no speeches or anything. What's on your mind? You tell us and we'll try to see if we can get it fixed.
After 10 years as mayor, Melvin retired. How did your name get on this building?
Well, I had nothing to do with it. I was retiring in 81, November of 81. John Forbes was mayor. We had a retirement dinner, and they said, we're going to name the city hall after you. And I'll be truthful, I felt uncomfortable about this. Because to me, this is the Greensboro City Hall. And it's not the Greensboro or whatever it is, Melvin. But I appreciate it.
He walked away from City Hall, but not the city.
Mr. Bryant, one day he said to me, he said, you know, I'm going to keep my eye on you because I don't want you to take the name off of Bryan Park and put it to somebody else.
Melvin and Joseph Bryan had a friendship built on a shared passion for making Greensboro great.
What we didn't see coming, I don't think as a community, was the loss of all of our major corporate entities, textile, tobacco. Burlington Industries was the largest textile company in the world. They had 3,000 people that worked out there in the World Headquarters Center, and it's now a shopping center. Well, you don't lose people like that, or firms like that not have a big impact.
With Bryan's help, he set out to make a positive economic impact on the area.
Bryan Boulevard was one of our priorities for years, and we finally got it built, and Mr. Bryan got to see the next to the last interchange. But look at what an asset that is to us now.
Melvin remained laser focused on creating jobs for Greensboro.
I always felt if you get somebody a good job, you've given them a chance to do it.
He believes Toyota is going to do just that.
10 years from now, they won't know who any of us are, but there'll be 10,000, 15,000 people working on this site with good quality jobs for one of the best corporations in the world. Now think about what a good feeling that is.
Melvin is excited to see the changes that project will bring to the area, and he has even more ideas.
Obviously, the Lord's going to retire me someday, but right now I got to finish the Toyota project. My new dream is that 1997, there was a builder going bankrupt across Lake Townsend, and there was a possibility of buying 525 acres out there. So the foundation bought it. And we paid $1.5 million for that. I would love to see the city soccer go back out there and put about 20 more fields on that site. We could become the amateur lacrosse soccer capital of the country.
Melvin doesn't find himself in the building that bears his name often, but it makes him proud when he does. Not because his name is over the door, but because the people inside share his passion for Greensboro.
Well, someday they'll probably scrape the name off this thing and put somebody else on it. But anyhow, I'm very proud of it.
What would you like your legacy to be?
That I cared about the city. And that's important.
I think history is important. I know history is important because it can tell us where we have been and can prepare us for where we think we want to go. Everything and everybody has a history. And so if you want to try to think about how you want to be in the world today, it really helps to have a clue about how things have been in the past. Magru Sarah Kinson Green, whose name means black snake in the Mende language, is the most haunting for several reasons. Because she was a child, a young black female. She had been captured in Sierra Leone in Africa in 1838 or 39, again, we're not too sure. She winds up in Cuba on a ship. That ship was called the Amistad in the summer of 1839. What happens next can be seen and understood best by the general public in a Steven Spielberg film called La Amistad. Once in Cuban waters, aboard this slave ship, the Amistad, it is taken over by the 52, 53 Africans on that ship. That ship wanders around for 1 or 2 months. They're short of water and food, but it eventually wanders into American waters, and the Africans are taken into custody by the Americans. As for Margot, what makes her especially important? She not only survived one of the most well-known and bloody African shipboard rebellions on the shores of America, but she also left a stack of letters about her life and her survival after the Amistad. I was able to find some of her letters at the Amistad Research Center, which is at Tulane University in New Orleans. And there's another large, wonderful stack at Oberlin College in Ohio. Once removed from the Amistad, the whole group, all of them, are put in jail, the children as well as the men. Eventually, the group is declared free, and they're declared free, and the law said at that point that they had been illegally stolen from their own home country. And so they were told that, okay, now go back home. Well, they had no money to get back home with, so they start doing almost a circus act going around the country, the northern states, and in New England, and having the children perform and the adults, Sin K, show his muscles and how he had dispatched with the men who had captured him. So they get enough money, and by 1841, they are back on another ship, and they are going back to Africa. These are among the few African returnees that we can document, and Margot is among even a smaller number of female Africans that we can document having come to being brought to this country and then going back home again. Back in Sierra Leone, she works with missionaries teaching local natives to read. But by 1846, and we think she's about 13 or 14 years old, she's crossing the Atlantic Ocean for the third time, this time as a free person with a well-defined agenda. The plan, backed by missionaries and abolitionists, was that Margot was going to come to this country, attend Oberlin College, come back to Africa, and organize a school for girls. From her letters, we learn some of Margot's thoughts. I am now studying diligently, and she learned to speak English. I guess with children, it's much easier because she's speaking fluent English by this time. I am now studying diligently, but I'm rooming alone. This makes me think of home, and sometimes I feel so low-spirited I cry and I cry. Nevertheless, by 1848, she had mastered prep courses and moved on to the college-level courses, taking algebra, geometry, Roman history, and philosophy. Now, half of those courses I did not take, and I went to a really good school. Did not take those kind of courses. She became the perfect symbol known around the entire world by those trying to prove that Africans could be educated, in quotes. This young African girl becomes the darling of the movement to end slavery, but she plays her part well. I have excellent timing, and I was really fortunate enough to come of age during the 60s when there was all of this talk about changing not just in this country but around the world. And we were given permission, or we took permission, to begin to push against the boundaries that confined us. So it was okay when I was growing up, as I reached my adulthood, to ask serious questions about everything that existed. Why don't we have courses in school about black people? Like, why? That doesn't make sense. Why is it when we talk about history, we talk about old dead guys? We talk about battles and presidents. Everything and everybody has a history. So we would push against the boundary and say, well, what about the women? What about black people? You know, what about anything and everything? And that just being around in that time period gave me permission to ask all kinds of outrageous questions. And I'm so grateful for that. Anna J. Cooper, who was born in Raleigh, North Carolina. She's born between 1858 and 1860, just before the war starts. By the end of the war, she is among thousands of freed children and adults who are wanting to learn to read, and they called it catching some learning. They wanted to catch some learning. So children, adults, anybody who could make it to a chicken shed would go there, and there was usually one teacher to teach 10 to 100 students at the same time. The little school that she went to, the little shed that she went to, was called St. Augustine's School, and it still exists. It's St. Augustine College in Raleigh, North Carolina. The only job available to her, which is at a black school in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. at that period was the center of black intelligentsia. It had the largest number of black college-educated people in the country. But our little Miss Anna from Raleigh, North Carolina, is not intimidated by Washington, D.C. and all these hoi polloi black people. She begins her public life in D.C., and she begins making speeches on topics that were rare for women, be they black or white, of that era. In 1886, she makes a speech before the Convention of Black Episcopal Churchmen. And she says in that speech, and I need you to listen closely to this kind of closeted 1800s language, because you can say a lot very delicately at that time. The church discredits women by making marriage holy and at the same time insisting on celibacy for the clergy. This reflects discredit on women. But this is not the worst, because the licentiousness of its chosen servants invades the household and establishes relations which the church itself forbids, end quote. Now, I'm going to read that again slowly, and I'm assuming the adults in this room have caught the lesson that she's trying to teach. Because, a couple of months ago, that same issue is being raised in this country around the question of the church, around the church and licentiousness of its servants. She says, quote, yep, the church discredits women by making marriage holy and at the same time insisting on celibacy for the clergy. This reflects discredit on women, but this is not the worst, because the licentiousness of its chosen servants invades the household and establishes relations which the church itself forbids. I'm astounded by her. The title of her book, which is A Voice from the South by a Black Woman of the South, it's filled with those kind of comments that she made publicly, wrote publicly. It takes some cojones, guts, to publicly say that kind of thing. But she did. Amazing women. It did not occur to me. We were living in very dangerous times. I grew up in San Francisco. And so it was a time period when the Black Panther headquarters got broken into by the police. Angela Davis was on the run. I was her TA at one point, being locked in a classroom because we were afraid, the law was afraid, that people would come into the classroom to try to kill Angela. And I was generally dumb enough to be okay being locked in a classroom as her TA, because it was an opportunity to stand next to somebody like Angela Davis. My mother, she was not so pleased with some of the adventures I had, but I'm so grateful for having grown up in that time period. I left San Francisco, I went to Vermont. I was in Vermont, I taught there for 11 years, and was ready to retire and looked on a map, remembered the Greensboro Four, remembered you had black colleges, which we don't have in California, and people don't understand that. They're west of the Mississippi, there are no black colleges there. So all of the black colleges, the Greensboro, the museum, the Civil Rights Museum was just getting started. And I literally got on a plane from Vermont, went to several cities. I was Raleigh, I went to Wilmington, I went to Asheville, I believe, trying to find a place that fit. And when I hit Greensboro, I thought, this fits. I love big cities. I'm a big city person. But I also like the small town vibe. Like San Francisco is a well-known city, but it's a very small place. It's not very big at all. And I like that. I like that about growing up in San Francisco. And this reminded me of that. And I've grown to love it. I've been here 15 years now, and I've grown to love it even more. And sometimes I'm not quite sure why, but I love this place. I wanted to create a book, a history book, certifiably footnoted with all of the academic blah, 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 but that people would read. And so I think I've done that. First of all, it's very small on purpose, but then when I talked to people in the academy, what I was hearing is that this is the kind of book we want to use as an adjunct piece for our students to read. They will have their main textbooks, but we sometimes want to add women into our curriculum. And so a light went off, and I knew I had to have a title that grabbed the academic world, and it's as evil or as simple as that. So the title bespeaks my difficulty with trying to walk this road of writing a book that people will want to read, but that also will be used by the eggheads, my discipline, my lifetime's work, who want something that will reach their students, but is also academically sound. And that title sort of I think, grabs that intention. It's cumbersome. It's a cumbersome title, but it says pretty much what I wanted it to say. I had a prohibition that almost cost me my job, except I had tenure. I forbade juniors and seniors, they all will have to do research papers. You cannot do a paper on Harriet Tubman or Sojourner Truth in my class. You cannot. And of course, some people chose to interpret that as, I didn't understand how important these. No, I understood, but I also knew there were all these thousands, millions of other women. And you have to go and search it. It wasn't going to come to you like Harriet Tubman and Sojourner Truth. But it means you have to stretch your brain and broaden your questions. You cannot be satisfied with what's presented to you on a plate. Absolutely not. Well, particularly for black women, starting with slavery, of course, enslavement, of course, the intent was to always keep them in their place, not just theoretically, but physically. I mean, they were there to work. They were not there to think beyond what they were told to think. And so what we've developed, fortunately or unfortunately, and I think it's correct, is that 99.9% of black people, let alone black women, got to travel, move beyond their local environment. And I kept running across black women who not only left their local environment, but branched out beyond the borders of the United States. And that is an extraordinary thing for women in the 1800s, be they black or white, it didn't matter. For women to leave their city, state, or country was an amazing thing. It was only available, well, primarily available, to the daughters and wives and women folk of the mega rich. Other than that, 90% of women just were not allowed and could not move beyond a local area. And so when I kept running across these black women who dared not only to leave their local area, but to leave the United States of America on purpose, and especially during the era of slavery, that is an amazing thing. Those women are extraordinary women, and we know very little about them. We don't teach them primarily. We just don't teach them enough, if at all. Mary Church Terrell, Anna Cooper, and Mary Church Terrell led parallel but very different lives. Their differences and their similarities cautions us against trying to squeeze black women's experiences, past or present, into one small box. Mary Church grew up in the black community, but she did so in a family that was headed by a man who was becoming a black Southern gentleman, with his expectations on how his family should live. He sent his daughter off to college at Oberlin. At Oberlin, she meets Anna from Raleigh, and they both graduate in 1884. They never became friends, but they ran in the same circles, and they knew each other very, very well. While Anna from Raleigh starts job hunting because she has to help support her mother, Mary from Tennessee is off to Europe with her father as a graduation gift. She stays there, they stay there for 3 whole months, touring England, Belgium, Switzerland, and France. And then the father returns back to the United States, and the unimaginable happens. It was impossible for any woman, white, black, rich. This just did not happen. But she has talked her father into letting her live and study abroad by herself. They didn't know people there. They had no connections there whatsoever. And that year turned into almost 2 years. She embarks on what was a rarity for women of that age. She starts out writing anti-lynching articles for magazines, and she gets them published in both black and white publications, even when she labels Northerners as well as Southerners a hateful and lawless people. She joins and leads local and national black women's groups, and these are not tea and cookie women's groups. These are groups of women who collect food and clothing for the poor. They paid school fees for poor children. They supported a school or a home for the aged. They paid tuitions for nurses in training at Howard University. They organized campaigns against lynching, and they visited men and women in jailhouses, and they harassed public officials. Now, in the 1890s, harassing a public official, if you were black, meant they would ask public officials to meet with them to discuss what was happening to their people. Sarah Parker Remond makes it even more difficult for us to kind of put all black women of that period into one box. Because she was born, Remond was born freeborn, and she was the third generation of her family that had been born free in Massachusetts. And that's very unusual. Her grandparents, her grandfather had fought in the American Revolution, 1776, 78. So these are all black women. It's so easy to say during that period, this is how black women lived.
Hello,
can you all hear me? Even these 4 black women exhibit differences that we should take account of. The masses of black women, if we could get into a history of the masses of black women, because these 4 women are very exceptional in many cases, we would find so many different stories. And that's what I want to do. I want black women to have the freedom of their individuality, even as they embrace being a part of a larger group and loving being a part of a larger group, but embrace their individuality as well. I'm so glad that within the last 6 months, I keep running across these things called Black Joy, because I think we need to see that. Black women especially need to see television programs or read books or unashamedly talk about being joyful. The bad side of our lives, it's there and we know it and we suffer the consequences of it every day of our lives. But we have got to find a way to find joy. And it's almost sinful in the eyes of many people for black women to seek joy, just to be happy. That's not okay for much of the world if we do that. But if we don't do it, we're going to have more of what I'm seeing too much of today, and that is unhappy, unhealthy, sad, mean, unloved, good black women. But there's no joy. There's no joy. So we've got to be responsible for our joy. We've got to go find it. We stay away from people who can't tolerate black female joy. Don't be around them. Get away from them. Get away from them. We've got to find our own joy, or we are going to be in bigger trouble than we are today. And we are, as a group, in terms of health, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. And it's difficult because we are at an impasse right now around what to teach and who can teach, and a lot of it centered on the history. I would be sure to tell them, one, to find something that you are curious about or that you love. I don't care if it's baseball, cutting the grass, making a dress, and sink your intellect. I know this sounds simplistic, but sink your curiosity into that subject, because that can propel you to seek more and more advanced knowledge about that thing, and hopefully that'll branch out. If you don't, history is not something you can practice just because you have to. You have to find a way into loving and caring and teaching history. So you've got to find a thing, a physical thing or an idea that makes you curious or that you care about, and begin to focus your intellect on pursuing more knowledge about that thing. That'll see you past a lot of the craziness we're seeing today around what you can and cannot teach in history. And it's not going to be over quickly. I mean, I think we're going to have to ride this out. But history will out every time. And so just prepare yourself, hang on to your joy and your love of history, and be sure you're prepared. Prepare yourself absolutely, and go for it. Don't let anybody stop you. Everything is transitorial. Where we are right now with history this is a moment in time, because this too shall pass. This too shall pass.
With locations across the country, Red Crab now has a following and a home in Greensboro.
He is making the Red Crab Special number 2, which is the cluster snow crab, shrimp and sausage. It also comes with corn and potato. So we just sit here and wait till it cooks to perfection, and then we'll pour it into the bowl bag.
Greensboro is steamier these days.
The bowl bag, so it's seafood in a bag. Literally, we cook our food and then we pour it into the bowl bag. Then we cook up our sauce and we pour that sauce on top and we tie it up. We serve it on a platter to our customers.
Those bags are part of the secret to Red Crab's success.
Red Crab is a phenomenal place to be. It is a seafood concept. We do bowl bags, we do fried food. It's the best place to be in Greensboro as far as seafood is concerned.
Sabrina Benjamin has lived in Greensboro all her life and never ate too much seafood.
My mom was allergic to seafood, so we didn't have much seafood.
But when she tried it,
I liked it right away. Shrimp is still my favorite to this day.
when she heard a new seafood concept was coming to Greensboro, she knew she wanted to be part of it.
I definitely wanted to get my foot in the door. I actually applied as a hostess, and in 2 months I became a manager here.
She'd been in the restaurant business for years and was ready for a challenge.
I wanted to learn something new. I like a challenge, and it's definitely been a challenge. It's taught me new things, things I didn't even know about seafood.
What she learned was in Greensboro, seafood is a hit.
It worked. It worked. People enjoy it. People still come here, and our business is still growing. There you have it, guys. Perfection.
Okay, we've got special number 1 and special number 2, and it's time for lunch. Before we eat, let me tell you, there are 2 locations in Greensboro for Red Crab, one on Gate City Boulevard, one on Kun Boulevard at Pyramids Village, and you can check them out online and order online at redcrabseafood.com. Let's eat.
We are the City of Greensboro's Office for Arts and Culture, and we're on a mission to support the development of a vibrant city. Join us in our work. Together, we are Creative Greensboro.
We are the Greensboro Cultural Center, home to 17 arts nonprofits, including galleries.
Also at the Cultural Center, we partner with over 100 local creatives and organizations on 2 artist residencies, as well as low-cost access to space, including the Van Dyke Performance Space, a 300-seat theater here in the heart of downtown Greensboro.
We are the Community Music Ensembles of Greensboro. Over 200 musicians of all skill levels, equal parts community and music.
And make your summer musical with our MUSEP concert series. We bring you the best bands from across the region for free concerts in parks around Greensboro.
We are home to an inclusive theater program with opportunities for all skill levels and experience levels. Our playwriting program has provided hundreds of playwrights the opportunity to see their work go from page to stage.
We are connecting communities with creativity with our neighborhood arts program. We are helping artist leaders shape, build, and enliven our communities.
Each year, the work of 10 artists is featured on the city's digital kiosks, and one artist is commissioned to create an original piece that hangs prominently in City Hall.
We are a city that hosts many unique events that makes Greensboro a wonderful place to live. Our special events office works with the community to coordinate events like the North Carolina Folk Festival, Fun 4th, Pride Fest, and Juneteenth.
And finally, we're your one-stop shop for all the latest and greatest updates on creative people, places, and programs in Greensboro.
Before you start, I want to tell you what's different about the way that I'm looking at lynching. Traditionally, most people who have studied lynching are looking at it either historically or sociologically or anthropologically, and now we call those cultural studies. But in the beginning, when people were challenging lynch law, those were sociologists, and so they are most interested in counting, right? How many people got killed, how many people were hanged, how many people were shot, how many people were dragged behind the car, what county were they in, what state were they in. Those are the kinds of demographics that sociologists frequently concern themselves with. Historians want to tell you what happened, but I take the distinction that history is not what happened, it is what was said to have happened. And what was said to have happened is going to come from a cultural perspective. So if you're an Anglo-centric person, you're going to see what happened as a challenge to authority, for example. You'll be concerned with what white men are doing, for example. You're interested in how power is seized or perpetuated or thwarted even. If you are looking at this from some other kind of perspective, and in this case I'm looking at it from a literary perspective, I am a cultural critic, and a cultural critic looks at the way that narrative constructs reality. I was looking for these lynching narratives for 20 years. I started out in 2000 when Toni Morrison published Paradise. And the novel starts with the words, they kill the white girl first. With the rest, they can take their time. And it's about a black lynch mob. And I'm like, oh, she's being metaphoric. There are no black lynch mobs. So I go through the book and I'm trying to see how she has created, she's appropriating this metaphor and using it for her own intentional purposes. Au contraire, a year later I realized, oh, there were black lynch mobs. Black people lynched, everybody lynched. But if I want to be all powerful, I got to say, I'm the only one that lynched. Lynching proves my authority. If I can come in here and kill you, then I have authority, right? If you can come in here and kill somebody, something's wrong. There's no such thing as that. And so black lynch mobs get written out the record. How can all these people have been talking about lynch mobs since 1889 when Ida B. Wells publishes the Red Record and nobody mentions black lynch mobs? Wouldn't that have been front page news somewhere? And let me really take your hat. South Carolina A black lynch mob lynches a white man with the impunity of his community. The community's like, yeah, he needed lynching. We ain't gonna stop you. Y'all go ahead and lynch him. Right? Who's ever heard of that? These are the kinds of things that don't get told when you control what narratives people are exposed to. Originally, lynching was defined as an extra-legal murder by 3 or more people who were acting in the place of a justice system. And in that way, that would include vigilantes. It kind of morphs a little bit after that into people who are acting in service to culture and tradition, which is to say, whiteness. Okay. I don't want to talk about those categories because the minute you talk about categories, you're eliminating other things that might also belong in there, right? And so I want to, another thing that American education does is to teach you to categorize, right? To analyze and classify. You're always putting things into columns. Before you said lynching and everybody thought was one of your things, you said hanging. Mm-hmm. Lynching does not mean hanging. Lynching, you don't even have to die. You owe it to yourself to die because you're going to be wrong every day after that. But you don't have to die, right? And so everybody's interested in expanding what that is. But they expand it pretty much all in the same way. They tell about lynching incidents. So in the beginning, they're counting the number of black people who have been murdered. And if you look up lynching statistics now, you're going to find out there's like 4,763 people who were murdered between these eras. Well, if you started at some other point, you'd have a different number. If you counted people who weren't black, who weren't living on the East Coast, and we know that the East Coast is America, right? When you talk about America, you talk about the East Coast. Nobody knows anything about the rest of the country except California, right? There's the East Coast, and there's California, and all those places in between. We don't care about them. We don't know who's dying. We don't know who's living, and what difference does it make anyway? And so that number is trash. They have been killing people since they got off the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. Okay, anybody that ran across that got in the way of making money had to go. I'm going to make it that simple that it was about the money. Lynching becomes an entrepreneurial opportunity. And it's one of the distractions we have is that we're always talking about in terms of racial hatred. And certainly racial hatred is a function of it. But people are making money. These newspapers make money. It's like sweeps week. You know, every time they can change the story, so you have like a newspaper in a place that'll have a daily. And now because there's been an incident and there's the threat of a lynching, you may have 3 or 4 versions of that paper come out in the same day, every day until that crime is atoned for. So people can make money that way. Just like now, they'll take all of that and write a book, and now they're going to make, well, you don't make a lot of money off of writing books then or now because people don't read. And in those days, people couldn't read, but there was still money to be made. If you had a spectacle lynching and 10,000 people show up in your town like they did in Paris, Texas, those people have to eat. Some of them have to sleep. They have to get there. You're selling cars, train seats, gasoline, food, drink, shotgun shells, rope, lumber for the scaffold. And then they would take whatever was left of the desecrated body and sell those parts for money. One thing that turns W.B. Du Bois into the firebrand he becomes is seeing the knuckles of an executed, lynched man in the store window as he's walking by in Atlanta, and that turns the train around for him. I started in the 19th century after reading about 2,000 narratives and books because even the word lynching comes from the Revolutionary era. That's from this military person who was named Lynch, and they named lynching for him. So how could it start in the Revolutionary era and then jump to 1880? During segregation, right, when we were forced to live to ourselves somewhere else, we were able to practice an Afrocentric worldview, even though we lived in a world that was run and ruled by Anglocentric people. But once we became integrated and let's just take it all the way, went to the schools, lived in the neighborhoods, ate the food, all of those things pitched us across the line into an Anglocentric existence that is in conflict with our Afrocentric existential makeup. When I got to this year, I felt like I have at least identified 30 lynching narratives. And lynching narratives are melodramatic, voyeuristic accounting of a specific lynching that was written and or published by a lynching participant, spectator, sympathizer, apologist, or victim. So it's an eyewitness account. I was there on January 6th. I was there when they went through the window, and this is what I saw, is what a lynching narrative is. It is a sensational, episodic, voyeuristic. You're always conscious that you're looking in on something that maybe you wouldn't see. Pornographic narrative of murder and gore that legitimizes, or if it's an anti-lynching narrative, delegitimizes mob rule, normalizes gender roles, naturalizes class differences, reifies social hierarchies, and politicizes racial or ethnic inequality. It does a lot of things at one time. And once you publish it, and it's extant, and lots of people can read it, and a lot of people are reading this. This is the big thing, right? Then it becomes the way people think about the world. It's also a confluence of lots of prose forms, the crime drama, so they write it like, a murder has happened. Can we find the murderer? Yellow journalism is Fox News, salacious information that titillates and enrages people and makes them do things. The dime novel is the first sort of narrative, mainstream narrative that people are reading. Everybody is reading because it costs a dime. And regional writing, because remember, my point is all these lynchings are happening in places other than the, well, not all of them, but so many of them are happening in places other than the East Coast, and people don't know anything about the territory. The only thing they know is if they go there, because we don't have communication like that, right? So if you went to the territory, and that keeps moving, remember, as the nation grows, how would anybody back east know what it was like out there? You have to write them a letter. Or they have to, I don't know, eventually they can get a newspaper. But until they can get a newspaper, there isn't a way for people to know these things. And so this genre steps right into that breach and fills it so that people can find out what it's like to be in Texas with the Texas Rangers. They're going to kill you. That's what it's like. Lynching narratives define and animate whiteness. They are unapologetic in saying it's a white man's country. And they dared come in here and affront white men. I mean, so they're constantly telling you about white men. I want to argue, I haven't found out this isn't true yet, but this is one of my theses, is that they are literally making whiteness into a thing. Prior to this, people are French, they're Portuguese, they're Italian, right? They're from England, they're from Germany, they're Catholics, they're Jews, they're from Central or South America, but they're not white people. White people don't exist as white people till the 19th century. And one of the ways that white people make themselves understood as a coherent group that has power and has the right to dictate that is through lynching. If I can lynch you and get away with it in broad daylight with the cameras and the newspaper there and everybody watching, guess who's white? So the Guilford County Community Remembrance Project is trying to work with EJI, Equal Justice Initiative, to bring the memorial here for Eugene Hairston. And in the process of that, we looked into Eugene Hairston as much as I have looked into anybody else. And it's almost impossible to find out anything about Eugene Hairston. We can look at the usual places, which are the newspapers. But one of the things you find with the newspapers is just like media today, different newspapers are going to represent different aspects of that story. So, for example, a very small thing, in one newspaper he's going to be 17, in another one he's 16, in another one he's 20. Which is it? In one newspaper it says that they sat him on the back of a horse with the noose around his neck and pushed the horse out from under him to hang him. In the other one it said they made him stand up on the back of the horse and push the... Well, isn't that all the difference in the world? Whether you're sitting on the horse or standing on a horse and then it moves out from under you. So we still don't know what happened. As I said, history is not what happened, it is what was said to have happened. And so when we go back and look at the historical records about that lynching, we come with all kinds of disparate information that makes me say, I don't know what happened. When there is a lynching, frequently, and certainly in the case of Eugene Hairston, you don't hear anything about his family again. In fact, in one of the papers, they say he comes from a bad family. What's a bad family? A bad family by whose standard? Now we're back to where I'm saying we're talking about different worldviews. Anybody who says, I didn't do it, officer, is a bad Negro. Then and now. So we don't know how to find him. There's nothing to find out about him except the fact that he is dead and the fact that he is alleged to have been involved with a white woman and is caught doing it and is punished for that. Now, let's talk about the white woman for a minute. Ida B. Wells reveals this in her book, The Red Record, which changes everything and is part of the reason how lynching becomes associated with black people because Ida B. Wells is the person who really takes that to the press. What Ida B. Wells says in her book about white women is that frequently these are consensual relationships, but then once they are discovered, the woman has to negate it. She has to say, oh no, he attacked me, because there are rules to living in society, and the rule is that no woman, no white woman, should consort with a black man. Well, what if you are, let's make it pubescent, you've just come alive sexually, and you live in the middle of nowhere. You live in Kernersville, okay, which at that point is the middle of nowhere. And there's no, you don't have any neighbors. Your nearest neighbor is 10 miles away. Then the places, where you meet people, those are going to be the people that you have access to. And people develop relationships with people they have access to. And so frequently, because they are growing up together and seeing each other in these environments, they may, against cultural norms, become friends or even lovers. Remember Romeo and Juliet, the most celebrated love story of all time? That's that story, where people who should have been enemies because of their proximity and juxtaposition become lovers. I don't know he was her lover. Nobody does. We know. She says that he attacked her. And no, we know they are discovered by an uncle. And she says then he attacked her. And the next thing we know, he's murdered. We don't know anything about her. We don't know anything about the person killed, because it doesn't matter. What matters in history and time is the symbolism of what happened to both of them. That's the narrative truth. The narrative truth is if you mess with these people, you're going to get killed. One or both of you. And so then that becomes the reality, and in that way, narrative creates reality. If you read lynching narratives and news reports, you would believe that this is the reason, that they are protecting hearth and home. And what you find, what I have found, rather, is that these lynch mobs operated very much like the mob did on January 6th, where they are operating on behalf of another entity, right, that somebody sets them on these people as a way of paying them off to be satisfied with their base condition, right? So you have people who feel all disenfranchised, and then you got Mexicans coming in here taking their jobs, and you got black people trying to live on their block, and, you know, all these terrible things that are happening. And so then someone loosens them on the world where they get to get justice according to the way that they do, as a way of making them calm down and stop being a problem, back to the hegemony, and the hegemony gets to advance its own politics at the same time. So almost in many, many, many cases of lynching events, it's not even about a crime. There may not have been a crime, and certainly the person that's murdered may not have been the culprit, because it doesn't matter who the culprit is. I just need to lynch somebody right now. So one of the things I discovered that it was mind-boggling to me, that I had no idea of when I first started, because these books hadn't been written, is the ways that these robber barons, because remember, this is the period when robber barons are coming out. And so you've got steel, you've got mining, you've got timber, you've got railroads, you've got newspapers. These people, the capitalist order, can't function without low or cheap or free labor.
Oh, you have to hold it down to use it.
Cheap or free labor is the keystone to capitalism.
Oh, that one's on. Okay.
Right? So if you work in Walmart, you're not going to get 40 hours.
Yeah.
You're going to get 38 hours, because we're not paying you full time and giving you benefits. Right? And so the best way to keep that group working, because they're frustrated, they're pissed off. What do you mean I'm not going to get but $2? And you're paying these Chinese people 25 cents. How dare you pay them 25 cents? They're taking my $2. No, they took your 25 cents. And so then you get to kill these Chinese workers so you can get all that energy out and come back. And now you the man. I'm trying to accomplish three things. One is to get to the truth. We don't have any idea what the truth is about this. And the more I look into it, the more I realize we don't know the truth. We know what we were told, and what we were told for people's political reasons. I want us to heal. My entire life has been racism. I was born in 1954, Brown versus the Board of Education. So I can give you 100 different things that have punctuated my life that all have to do with race and racism. And I want us to get beyond that. And you can't get beyond it until the truth is told. This is the whole principle of truth and reconciliation. I was very moved by that. I'm moved by the fact that Greensboro is the second place on the planet to have a truth and reconciliation initiative after South Africa. And yet we've done nothing with that. We haven't healed. We haven't done anything with that. Okay? And so I want us to have that ability to heal and be something other than what we are. And toward being something different, I want black people to stop occupying the posture of the victim. That doesn't mean that people aren't after you. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not after you. But it means that you don't have to occupy that conceptual space. That you have more power when you see yourself as an agent, as a there were all kinds of black people that resisted lynching. There were black lynch mobs. There were multiple ways that people resisted their own degradation. But American history is about the degradation of non-white peoples and why they deserved it, even though they don't. They said it like that at the time, and they come back and cleaned it up later. And you see this going on. Just a few weeks ago, they announced that they're going to take slavery out of textbooks, for the 5th grade, and they're going to call it forced labor. Well, that's not the same thing at all. It was, if you can sell my child out from under me, that's more than forced labor, right? And so we have to understand that we had options and we exercised those options, and we can exercise those options now if we don't see ourselves in the position that a racist culture set us. We're more than former slaves.
Angie, is Tammy on? She is on? No, she's Good evening, and welcome to the February 21st, 2023 meeting of the Greensboro City Council. I need a motion to come back into open session.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Mrs. Thurm?
There she is up here. Right.
Is she?
I don't know if she hears you.
I don't see her. Mrs. Thurm, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, and I assume you are an aye on that last item?
I did not hear the last item.
A motion to come into open session?
Yes.
Okay.
I am.
That passes 9-0. Let the record reflect that all members of City Council are present and that Mrs. Thurm is via Zoom. Welcome to the Katie Dorsett Council Chamber. People wishing to speak must sign up by 6 p.m. by using the QMinder kiosk just outside the council door. Please see the courier for assistance. Please silence any electronic devices. If you must make or receive a phone call, kindly do so from outside the chamber. We will begin tonight's meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. Mrs. Abuzawader, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I understand that we do have a few scouts in the audience who are here to observe a city council meeting. I hope they find it as interesting as we do. We welcome speakers to address council on specific agenda items. During the first meeting of the month, time is dedicated for speakers to address council on non-agenda items. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes for comments. The City of Greensboro is committed to promoting an environment that is free of discrimination, bias, and bullying. Zoom participants are requested to mute their microphones until they are called upon to speak. All meeting attendees are expected to respect speakers and council deliberations. People disrupting the meeting will be removed from the meeting. By statute, council must vote on all items unless there is a direct financial interest. All votes will be moved and seconded, and the mayor will announce the vote total. Madam Clerk, have we fixed that issue where the votes will show up on the screen?
Yes, Madam Mayor, that's been resolved.
Great, thank you. We have a consent agenda for items H1 through H16. We're a grouping of items that are voted on with one single vote to expedite what are believed to be routine and non-controversial items. Any council member may withdraw an item from the consent agenda due to for the purpose of voting no. Items removed from the consent agenda for discussion will be placed on the March 21st City Council agenda. Tonight's meeting does include closed captioning. Depending on the length of the meeting, we may take a short recess around 7:30. I would like to ask the city manager if he would take the next item.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We do have two of our federal lobbyists available virtually to just present to you. And so I will turn it over to Latoya Caesar Crawford to guide that presentation. Just give us a few minutes to do that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of council. It is my pleasure to stand before you as always. We promised in the last session that we would provide you with an opportunity to meet our new federal lobbying firm, Holland & Knight, and so two of the members of our team are here today to provide you with an introduction, an overview of their experience, and to share with you what the process will be moving forward in approaching our community-funded projects as well as our competitive grant process. And so I'm going to turn this over. I'm hoping that Lisa can actually hear me.
Yes. Good evening, Council, Mayor, Manager. I'm Lisa Bartkovic. I'm a Senior Policy Advisor at Holland & Knight, and I am joined by phone with my colleague, Scott Mason, who is also a Senior Policy at Holland & Knight. We go to the next slide, please. This is your Greensboro core team. So also, part of our core team, but unfortunately is not able to attend tonight. She's just getting over another case of COVID. Shauna Watley, she is our lead for our core team. And so the three of us will be eager to be working with you all on your priorities and managing your federal agenda in Washington, D.C. Next slide. Wanted to give you a little bit of an overview of our firm. The three of us are your core team members. We actually are a very large law firm with over 120 professionals in our public policy and regulation group. And we have 1,700 attorneys in 32 offices throughout the United States and globally. And so some of the things that we're going to be doing working with the city is helping you identify opportunities that will support your priorities. So we provide updates on a regular basis to Latoya and the manager on what is happening in Washington that might be affecting Greensboro. So we provide a weekly Eyes on Washington update, a weekly federal grants newsletter. We have scheduled regular calls that we're staying in touch because, as you know, with the IIJA, the bipartisan infrastructure law that passed last year, there's a lot of federal grant opportunities that will support infrastructure within the city. And then we also provide hearing summaries so that you know what is going on in Washington. Next slide. So just a little bit of federal agenda planning. So like I mentioned, there's a plethora of opportunities right now in DC. So the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the CHIPS and Science Act, which has the new regional innovation centers, the Inflation Reduction Act, which has additional money for transportation, the Neighborhood Access and Equity Grant Program, as well as funding for climate change projects. So we're going to be working with you all closely on the community project, congressionally directed spending appropriation requests, as well as we're headed into appropriate grant season right now. And so we have a lot of federal grant opportunities that are coming out for public safety, housing, economic development, water and transportation. So we're going to work to align your needs and priorities with the best federal opportunity and help leverage community support in conjunction with your administration goals and existing federal investments. Next slide, please. So just a kind of a quick overview. These are things that we do for the city. We track all of the notices of funding that are becoming open, the deadlines. how best to present the city's projects to not only the Department of Transportation, but whether it be with the Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Justice, the EPA. Next slide. And then community project funding requests. So this is, formerly known as earmarks. This is an opportunity to get priorities funded by your member of Congress. The nice thing about this is it avoids some of the complexities that you go through with the federal grant process. So less paperwork in terms of how many pages of the application, and really get the community support behind this. Next slide. And this is just the timing of everything that's happening, so you can see all of the brainstorming is happening now. Requests will be submitted between March and early April, and then we'll work through that process. I'm going to turn it over to Scott too, real quick, to talk about himself. Scott, would you like to go ahead and do a brief introduction of yourself?
Yeah, sure, Lisa. Thanks very much. Mr. Mayor, Council, LaToya, City Manager, obviously it's a great opportunity, and we really, really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I truly apologize that I was unable to attend in person. I, like you all, am actually a North Carolinian and still live in North Carolina, but work with Lisa and Shauna in Washington on a daily basis on multiple projects. I actually live outside of Charlotte in Mooresville, and look very forward to attending either a meeting or coming up to visit with you all at your convenience over the course of the next several weeks and or months. I've been with the firm for about 6 years now. Prior to that, I was vice president and head of government affairs for a North Carolina-based, founded and based company, Lowe's Home Improvement Stores, hence my presence in Mooresville. And I was with Lowe's for about 10 years, overseeing all their federal and state government affairs, with lots of time in Washington and Raleigh and multiple other state capitals. At the firm, I work with Lisa and Shauna on a lot of our municipality projects, as well as a diverse client base, including everything from energy to cryptocurrency and blockchain. But thank you all very, very much for the opportunity to represent Greensboro. I think it's important to note that, as Lisa described, there are so many federal dollars out there as a result of legislation passed in the first 2 years of the Biden administration. We've already had, I'm happy to report, some very good conversations with the Department of Commerce and the Economic Development Administration. And LaToya has participated in those calls with us. And there are a few upcoming deadlines in March that we're already working on grant proposals and internal discussions to the city to make sure that we can assemble the best proposals. So thank you all very, very much, and we look forward to meeting you in the very near future.
Any questions for our lobbying group? Sharon?
So, good afternoon, it's Councilwoman Hightower. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you
yes,
very
ma'am.
much. I look forward to working with you, and I'm glad you all are in Washington, D.C., because there's an office in Washington, D.C. that I definitely want you to make sure you go sit in at, and that's the EPA office, to get with Secretary Michael Regan as part of our funding request on our legislative agendas, $32 million funding request, assistance for a contaminated park here in the city of Greensboro, particularly in a minority community, Bingham Park. And we've been talking with the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality for several years about the remediation possibilities on that site. Community involvement has been tantamount to how we have reached a decision of what we want to do, and that is to totally excavate that park. It's about 12 acres, and to fill it back up with clean soil so that not only is it clean and accessible for the community, the neighborhood that it touches, but that you're able to put the amenities that a park is supposed to have, trees, park benches, basketball goals. Currently, right now, it cannot. And to remediate fully, along with the school site that we recently will acquire tonight, is about $39 million. So, and I briefly talked to Secretary Regan last year, said there's money there. So I want us to see how we can get on top of that list. So I look forward to working with you. I know we have other requests too, but I think this is very important in reference to environmental justice and how landfills tend to be in black and brown communities more so than in other spaces, and it needs to be cleaned up. So I look forward to working with you on that. So thank you.
Thank you.
If you have any questions, Latoya can give you my number. Be happy to connect.
Councilwoman Hightower, you'll be happy to know we've already lifted up Bingham Park, and we've had extensive conversations, and we are working on getting some very important meetings scheduled so that we can position ourselves for the funding opportunity.
Excellent. And if I'd known today, I forgot today, I would have materials for you. So I'll be sending those materials, so you will have some talking points and things to consistently go by and show.
I'm hoping you'll be happy to know I've also sent them those materials as well.
Okay.
So they have them.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I would just say welcome aboard. We look forward to working with you, especially we look forward to seeing what kind of money you can bring home to Greensboro. We are in a really good time in our community right now where we are the beneficiary of some really good economic development news, but with that brings some growing pains, such as housing and transportation and workforce development, and that's really where we can use some assistance. So thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we now move on to our consent agenda. Do I have a...
So, Madam Mayor, may I...
H1, 2, and 3?
For purposes of voting no.
Okay. So I would, Mr. Holston...
There doesn't need to be any discussion.
Made a motion to move the consent agenda except for H1, 2, and 3. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. And that passes 8-1. It shows Mrs. Hightower voting no. Did you vote no on the consent agenda?
Oh, I didn't mean, I thought the first one was the one you...
No, we're doing minus those three items.
Change mine to yes for all of the rest, but H1, 2, and...
Sorry, that passes 9-0.
9-0.
Do I need to read H1, 2, and 3 into the record? Yes?
I think so, yes.
So item H1 is a resolution authorizing a change order in the amount of $183,752.40 for contract 2014-0400C-555E for the New Garden Road sidewalk project with Armin Construction LLC. We'll take that separately. Do we have a motion on that item? Moved by Mr. Holston, second by Mrs. Hoffman. Council, please vote.
Sharon, why did you remove that? MWB. And the reason why is principle. They continue to say Department of Transportation money can't find any disadvantaged business enterprise. I just can no longer continue to accept that answer, and we have to do better. We're just not. So That is my stance.
And we are fortunate Mr. Fox is sitting here in the council chamber, and I'm sure he will take that into consideration. So that passes 6-3. And I'm glad to see that it is carrying on the screen. Thank you. Item H2 is a resolution authorizing amended agreement with NC Department of Transportation in the amount of $215,000 for C-5555 East College Road, New Garden Road sidewalk improvements. Is there a motion? Second. It looks like Councilwoman Thurm did it remotely. Council, please vote.
Madam
Yes,
Mayor,
it is the same. H1, 2, and 3 are all correlated together.
I have a question. I realize we're voting as I state my question, but I'm just curious, maybe it's more of a comment. My understanding in reading everything is that these had already been approved, but that these are cost overruns that have been encountered partially due to supply demand. Is that correct on most of these? Can anyone answer that?
It's basically what the ordinance says, and what it says in the thing.
Well, the change order, yeah, but I'm
It says
saying the change order is because there have been cost overruns or they've run into some difficulty. These had already been approved. These are separate cost overruns, correct?
Yes, I will assume so.
Okay.
I don't know if...
But that may be for you, Mary Kay, but Sharon still voted no.
No,
for
I'm just saying,
original.
I wanted to clarify that these had been approved before,
But
yet we are having cost, and I respect your vote. I don't mind. I just wanted to make it clear that these were cost overruns.
And they may be cost overruns, but there's still opportunities, and they're out there.
understand.
So I voted no when
And
there's
that passes 6-3.
opportunity.
Mr. Manager, I would like to, since these were voted in the past, probably before I came on council, I'd just be curious to find these three items when they passed originally and what the vote count was.
And obviously, he can get back to you on that. Yeah. Yeah. Item H3 is an ordinance in the amount of $215,000, increasing the budget for amended agreement with NC Department of Transportation for C-5555 East College Road / New Garden Road sidewalk improvements. That's one is the budget ordinance.
And one is the actual.
So moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Hoffman. Council, please vote. And that passes 6-3. Yes.
Just a brief statement here. Obviously, Councilwoman Hightower has made a statement about the MWBE process. I also recognize that there's some opportunity there for us to do better when it comes to the MWBE contracting. And I am currently working with Assistant City Manager Davis, getting a better understanding of what that process is and the commitments that should be there and the accountabilities that also should be there. And so going forward, as I look at the contracts, as I look at the opportunities, I'll be looking just additionally careful at these contracts and the commitments from the contractors as we expand MWBE within Greensboro.
Thank you. We now move on to the public hearing portion of our agenda. We will take item I-1 and I-2 together. I-1 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located along the frontage of 1447A and 1453 Alamance Church Road, 0.32 acres, City of Greensboro. And I.2, public hearing for an ordinance for original rezoning for a portion of Alamance Church Road, right-of-way, City of Greensboro. So this is an internal rezoning.
Yes, effectively this is to bring in a portion of Alamance Church Road so that the city can maintain recent improvements in that area. That's what the purpose is for that. So the request, of course, is to go from County AG, the existing county zoning, to HI to match adjacent property, heavy industrial. North of the request is zoned County AG and City R3 residential single family. East is zoned County AG. South is zoned County AG as well as City HI, and west request is City R3. The subject property at this point, as I said, is a portion of Alamance Church Road. North of the request are single-family dwellings and undeveloped land. East of the request are single-family dwellings, undeveloped land, and other portions of Alamance Church Road. South of the request are single-family dwellings and a food processing industrial use, and west of the request are single-family dwellings and Alamance Church Road. The area is designated right now as residential on the future land use map and as urban general on the future built form map. If the zoning request is changed, that land use designation goes to the industrial to match up with that zoning. This does support the growing economic competitiveness, big idea of the comprehensive plan, building a resilient economy with the goal of increasing and preserving developable sites compatible with corporate industrial uses, and this zoning does match that of other portions of Alamance Church Road and is consistent with other zoning and uses in this area, and staff is recommending approval of these requests.
Moved by Mr. Matheny, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Mrs. Thurm?
Were you finished?
That was just...
Yes.
Aye.
Basically, Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval. It was all I was going to get in after
Because
that.
if you
So,
weren't,
yes.
I'm a no.
I
'cause that
appreciate
was
that.
rude. But it doesn't matter. The public doesn't know what Mike's doing. And
All right, so it passes 8-1.
I don't take offense. I'm fine.
And again, this is an internal rezoning.
This is triggered due to city improvements, and so to make sure that we can maintain this public infrastructure using city funds, yes.
Do we pay any zoning fees on this? Do we?
No, that's not
No.
part of that process.
Sorry, being a little...
I understand.
Yes. Do we have a motion to adopt the ordinance?
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote.
This is the annexation.
No, we have a statement on number 2. You want to move it?
And that passes 9-0. I.2 requires a statement of consistency.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Hightower.
My screen didn't come up for that.
Excuse me?
My screen for the second. There it is. You got to move your item?
Yes, so I had said Holston, Hightower.
Okay.
Yeah. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. We will take items I3 and I4 together.
Mike, he didn't read.
Oh, I'm sorry. We shouldn't have voted. You're right.
We're good.
Vote again.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to recommend approval of the original zoning request for the properties at portion of Alamance Church Road, right-of-way across the frontage of 1447A and 1453 Alamance Church Road from County AG, County Agricultural, to City HI, Heavy Industrial, to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed City HI zoning district permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties, and the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please confirm your vote.
Do we need to do an electronic vote or a voice vote on that, Mayor?
It's up to you.
I defer to the attorney for that.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And that passes unanimously. Anybody opposed? No. Item I3 and I4. Item I3 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at 3510 Liberty Road, 24.07 acres, Corey Property Limited Partnership. And I.4, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 3510 Liberty Road. Mike Fox on behalf of Tony and John Dutt, Corey Properties Limited Partnership, and Q-Dog Properties LLC.
Move I1.
We do have speakers on this, and we need a staff presentation.
I'll keep it brief. The request here is, okay, yes. To clarify, the only speakers that are here are in favor of the request, I believe, to clarify that question from Mr. Fox. The property currently is zoned County CZHB, conditional zoning highway business, and the request is to annex it into the city and then establish conditional district residential multifamily zoning for the property. North of this request is currently zoned County RS40 residential single family and County CZLI, which is conditional zoning light industrial. East and south is zoned County RS40, and west is a combination of County RS40 and City PUD plan unit development. The subject property is currently undeveloped at this time. North of the request is a building contractor's office with outdoor storage yard, as well as a single-family dwelling. East of the request are single-family dwellings and undeveloped land. South of the request are single-family dwellings and a religious assembly use. And west request is U.S. Highway 421, and then further to the west, a religious assembly use and undeveloped land. The property is currently designated residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as urban general on the future built form map of the comprehensive plan. There is one condition that is associated with the request as shown on the screen and was advertised as part of the hearing. This original zoning request does support the comprehensive plan's Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the Building Community Connections goal to maintain stable, attractive, and healthy places to live and raise families. The request as condition does allow modern intensity residential uses that can both support the nearby industrial uses and compatible with the various residential uses in the area. And staff is recommending approval of these requests. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard these requests at their January 18th meeting and voted unanimously to recommend both items. There were 2 speakers in favor at that meeting and 2 speakers in opposition. I can answer any questions.
Thank you. So both sides, the applicant and the opponents, have 15 minutes with a 5-minute rebuttal. At this time, we have 3 people signed up in favor. Mr. Fox.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Fox, and my address is 400 Bellmead Street, Suite 800. It's my understanding there's no one opposed. I'm happy to be very brief and just answer questions if Council would like that. I think you have a very complete package, and the staff has done a great job with this request, and it was approved unanimously at the Zoning Commission.
Do we have a motion on item I3?
I'm baby.
Oh, that's right, she did.
So, Mr. Fox, one quick thing, if you don't mind. This item that's out, I believe, Liberty Road area, is 24 acres. Is this the one around Edgemont?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you reduced, I believe it was originally supposed to be 500, a larger footprint. You reduced it in half. Did you satisfy the neighbors? I know you had a couple community meetings, and they're not here, so they're not opposing, which is, I guess, a good sign.
Well, thank you. And that's correct. We had an initial public meeting when it was a larger project. It was originally 50 acres and almost 800 units, and we had a neighbor meeting. We came back and we decided to half the project. We're just proceeding. There was originally some, the part we're proceeding on, the land has been owned by Corey Corporation since 1989, 24 acres. We were going to purchase some land beside it, approximately another 24 acres. We decided not to do that, so we essentially cut the project in half, now 24 acres, 386 units. And that was well received by a number of the neighbors. And we had, in addition to the 2 neighborhood meetings, we had conversations with a number of individual neighbors as well. So thank you for pointing that out.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for your due diligence.
So we do have a motion and a second on I3. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0.
Move I-4.
And I-4
Second.
requires the statement of consistency, moved by Mrs. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Matheny.
The Greensboro City Council believed that its action to recommend approval of the original zoning request for the property at 3510 Liberty Road from County CZHB Conditional Use Highway Business to City CDRM 18 Conditional District Residential Multifamily 18. To be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. One, the request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future build form map and future land use map. And second, the proposed CDRM 18 zoning district. Oh, I'm so sorry. The proposed CDRM 18 zoning district as conditional permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impact on the adjacent properties. And third, the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area, and it will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest, and we need housing all over Greensboro.
Amen. And that passes 9-0. Thank you. We now do I-5 and I-6. I-5 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at 3923 and 3929 Presbyterian Road, 17.37 acres, Greensboro Land Development Partners, Oz 2 LLC. And item I.6, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for rezoning of 3923, 3927, and 3929 Presbyterian Road. Mark Isaacson on behalf of Michael Landsberg of Greensboro Land Development Partners, Oz 2 LLC. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. The request tonight is a combination of an annexation, original zoning, and rezoning of property that collectively total 18.1 acres located south of I-85 and north of Presbyterian Road. The request is to go from County AG Agricultural and City R3 Residential Single Family to City CDHI Conditional District Heavy Industrial. North of the request is zoned County Agricultural AG, City R3 Residential Single Family, and City PUD Plan Unit Development. East and south of the request are zoned City CDHI Conditional District Heavy Industrial, and west of the request is currently zoned County Agricultural. The subject properties are currently undeveloped at this time. North of the request is combination of undeveloped land, single-family dwellings, and Interstate 85. East and south of the request are industrial uses that are currently under construction, and west of the request is undeveloped land.
Move I-5.
Second it.
Mr. Isaacson is here for questions. We do have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. Do we have a motion for?
I move the item I-6.
I-6, moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mr. Holston. Mrs. Hightower, can you read the statement of consistency?
Yes. Zoning amendment statement by the Greensboro. Someone can hear me. City Council on consistency would adopt the
Is
comprehensive.
your mic on, Sharon?
Yeah, thought it was.
Yeah, it's on.
It's
Okay.
on. Should be on. Can you hear me now?
Barely.
The Greensboro City Council, is that better? Believes that its action to approve the original zoning and rezoning request for the properties at 3923, 3927, and 3929 Presbyterian Road from County AG Agricultural and City R3 Residential Single Family 3 to City CDHI Conditional District, heavy industrial, to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, future built form map, and future land use map. The proposed city CDHI zoning district as conditioned permits uses which fit the contents of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will profit the property owner and surrounding area, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote.
Mr. Matheny, please.
Are you a yes or a no? Mr. Matheny's recorded as a yes. And that passes 9-0. Item I-7 is a public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning at 4200 and 4206 United Street. Mark Isaacson on behalf of Christopher Robinson and Michael Nicholson of Star Investments, LLC. We do have one speaker in favor, 4 in opposition. Each side will get 15 minutes with a 5-minute rebuttal. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, I'm waiting for the input to switch so I can get to the presentation. Okay, sorry about that. So the request this evening is to go from conditional district commercial medium to conditional district commercial medium to effectively change conditions related to this property. North of this request is currently zoned RM18 residential multifamily. East and west of the request is zoned R5 residential single family. And then south of the request is zoned a combination of R5 residential single family with PI public and institutional uses located further to the south. The subject property currently contains a contractor's office. North of the request are single-family dwellings and multifamily dwellings. East of the request is Holden Road and single-family dwellings. South of the request is Wendover Avenue, single-family dwellings, and a senior living community located further south. And west of the request are single-family dwellings. The subject property is currently designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as urban central on the future built form map. There are a number of conditions that are associated with this request. I will ask council on condition number 2. The wording that you received was slightly off, so this is the correct wording on the condition, so I'll ask you to accept that. The condition 2 states that any outdoor storage of equipment or material must be fully screened from ground level view. This condition shall not apply to automobile display areas located along Ashland Drive. So I'll ask the council to accept that amendment to that condition.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
That passes 9-0.
This property, again, is designated as urban central on the future built form map and residential on the future land use map. Staff has concluded this request does support the comprehensive plan's growing economic competitiveness big idea to build a prosperous, resilient economy that creates equitable opportunities to succeed, and the prioritizing sustainability goal to build economic resilience and expanding the local economy's ability to withstand and adjust to disruptions and changes at the regional, national, and global scales. This request as condition allows additional uses to an existing commercial zone property, but also incorporates conditions to limit negative impacts on adjacent and nearby residential properties, and staff is recommending approval of the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission did consider this request at their January 18th, 2023 meeting and did vote to approve this request. There was one speaker in favor and one in opposition. The decision of the commission was appealed within the required 10-day appeal period, and that is what brings it before City Council this evening. I can answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Kirkman? Okay. Mr. Isaacson?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. I'm Mark Isaacson. My address is 804 Green Valley Road in Greensboro. Here on behalf of the property owner and the proposed business user of the property. In the limited time I have available, I'd like to go over 3 points that the Planning and Zoning Commission considered and decided to approve unanimously on this request. First, the history of this property. Secondly, the current permitted uses, and also the proposed use and the new conditions. I think you all each have the handout that we distributed, or that Angie did. The first part of that is the zoning conditions, and we have underlined the new conditions that we've added. There's several new conditions, and those were added as a result of a neighborhood meeting that we held and some other discussions with people, property owners in the area. I won't go into detail in the limited time, but we added several new conditions to address some neighborhood concerns. We're requiring more extensive landscaping. We're even requiring that the existing building be painted earth tone colors to be more compatible with the area. And we're limiting exterior lighting and signage and the hours of operation. In addition, we have said that no barbed wire or chain link or woven fence materials may be utilized on the property. Now some history. This property was used by the Hardin Oil Company for decades, and it was an oil distribution business. It was an industrial use. It is, as you know, or as you've seen, at the interchange of Wendover Avenue, Holden Road, Ashland Street, and United Street. Now, United Street in this area is primarily residential. There are some other mixed uses along United Street. At the bookend of this is the intersection of United with West Market Street, and that has a Sheetz gas station and a large Cone Health office facility, medical office. As a matter of fact, this property is significantly restricted. There's a perpetual land use restriction that you have on your monitor there, which is recorded at the Guilford County Register of Deeds and restricts the use of this property so that no residential use may be made of it, nor a daycare, a nursing home, a playground, a recreation center, or a park, or a picnic. So the important thing is no residential use is allowed on this property legally. It's in the chain of title. So only industrial or commercial uses are permitted on this property. And that, I'm sure, is due to the continued use of the property by Hardin Oil Company for decades. In fact, this is a slide from 1974, and you can see Wendover Avenue to the south, and the location of all of the oil trucks and the building, which is still there on this property. So the property, obviously, from this photograph has changed slightly in terms of dimensions, but it's the same location, and you can see the extensive use of the industrial use of the property at that time. Next is the aerial photograph from the staff report, and I thought council would want to see this really to understand the proximity and the location. That's what's really driving the request here. This is located at the intersection of Holden Road and Wendover and Ashland. And the key to this use is that it's oriented toward Wendover Avenue. That is really the nature of the conditions that we added. We heard, we listened to the neighborhood concerns, and we really reoriented the business use of the property toward Wendover Avenue and away from the residential uses. So I think it's important to take that into consideration, that this is really a use oriented toward Wendover and Holden, two major thoroughfares here. Next is an illustration. This is an aerial photograph of the same property, but shows you the extensive landscaping that would be added to the property if this is approved. Right now, those landscaping would not be required, and as a matter of fact, if this request is not approved, I would submit that This property would continue to be used either for the existing plumbing contractor's office and equipment and repair, or it may be used under commercial medium for a wide variety of business uses, including we looked at what would fit on a 1-acre site, a Waffle House, an IHOP, a Ruby Tuesday, or a small retail center with a variety of small retail uses. And we heard about some of those concerns. So, the proposed automobile sales business here, we thought was a very reasonable request, and that's why we got involved with it. Next are two illustrative renderings of what the use of the property would look like. Of course, the building is painted in earth tone colors. There's landscaping here, and you can just see the orientation of the vehicles that would be parked here. It would be a pre-owned vehicle sales business. And so this is all oriented toward Wendover, of course. That's United Street in the background. Next is a photograph or rendering from looking at it from United Street. And so wanted to give council a view of that perspective. We think this would be a compatible use with properties in the area, especially oriented toward Holden and Wendover. Lastly is a copy of our letter that was sent out in late December to property owners in the area. And as I mentioned, we did have a neighborhood meeting and other discussions with people in the area, and that's how we arrived at these various conditions to run with the land should this be approved. So a couple other points, and then I'll conclude and be happy to answer any questions. I guess I'm a little bit of a dinosaur when it comes to looking for cars. I asked Chris Robinson, how many people do you expect? One of the things we heard was, well, this will generate a lot of traffic and a lot of activity here. And, I was told that people these days look for automobiles online primarily. The days of just roaming around car lot to car lot and looking for automobiles is probably well past us. So I was informed by our client that they will have 3 employees working at this business and a handful, 5 to 6 to 7 customers a day that come to the property to look at vehicles that they've already researched online, maybe take a test drive. And another question that came up at a neighborhood meeting was, well, won't people take test drives all up and down United Street and cause issues? And I asked my client about that, and he said, I don't know when the last time you took a test drive, but anybody coming to this property would go out on Wendover and take a test drive of this. We're not buying this property to use it for the United Street access. We're buying it to use it for the access to Wendover Avenue. I think that for a small business, a local small business owner, having property on Wendover Avenue is price prohibitive. But this is a great compromise for this small business owner. He's able to get Wendover Avenue access very conveniently without paying the Wendover Avenue prices, quite frankly. So that's what attracted him to this property, and when I looked into this, I thought it was a very reasonable request. Finally, we certainly recognize the concerns that have been voiced about the use of this property for automobile sales. But when we looked at all of the permitted uses right now without any further city approval under commercial medium, and the other factors that I've mentioned, the access to Wendover, the visibility from Wendover, the other extensive conditions that we've imposed on the property should this be approved, and the alternative uses that could be used right now, we thought this was a very reasonable request to orient this business toward Wendover and away from United Street. And rather than, leave that uncertain, we thought that it was important to have some certainty for this use with this application, even if, I guess the question was asked, well, what if this automobile sales business goes out of business in 5 years? What happens then? Everybody in this area gets the benefit of these new imposed tighter conditions. So regardless of what happens, those zoning conditions would still be on the property, imposed on the property, would run with the land, and we thought that was an important factor as well. Given the history of the property, the restrictive covenant that's on there about no residential use, the current permitted uses, the broad range of commercial medium uses, and the proposed use and the conditions, I would submit this is a very reasonable request. It's in keeping with the city's comprehensive land use plan, and we submit it for council's consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and I think I have to say those pictures were for illustrative purposes only.
They were. Thank you very much. That's right.
Mary Kay, then Hugh.
Mr. Isaacson, I was just curious, what, with the owners, what is going to guarantee the neighborhood that the facade facing United Street will be in that location?
The facade of
of the building, the front of the building, where it showed the bubble cover, the umbrella cover on the front. You said that was the front of the building?
Correct. That's right, on United Street. Yeah, the building's right there now. So it's been there for decades.
It would be the same building that they would still use that front.
Well, it's very difficult in a zoning condition to say you will keep that building right there forever. I think that would be difficult to
I didn't mean
enforce.
forever. I mean just that frontage that's where they're going to have their entrance to the building.
That's right. That's right. That's the way
that was the question.
That's right. That's the way the preliminary plan orients everything.
And yes, I know it was illustrative,
right.
But I'm just curious that, showing it that's the part facing
right.
United. That was a curiosity.
The building's there now. It has been for decades. It's been used for industrial purposes, for a plumbing contractor with equipment storage. I think it would not make any economic sense for the owner to tear down an existing building and build another one for a small business use. So logic would tell us that building will remain, and we've even imposed a condition that it would be painted earth tone colors.
Thank you.
You?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Isaacson, just a couple of questions, and some of which you may have already addressed, just to make sure. I see that the hours of operation are going to be 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Is that 7 days a week or 5 days a week?
That's 7 days a week.
7 days a week.
That's right.
And how about lighting on the property? Has that been addressed?
It has been. First of all, under the city ordinance, all lighting has to be, I guess, what you call shadow box-like lighting or shoebox. It's got to face down. The lumens can't travel across the property line, and I'm sure staff can confirm that with you about the development standards. So, we were adding a lighting condition over and over and over again, and I think staff finally figured out, well, let's not do that. Let's just put that in the ordinance or the development standards. So that's in there now. Secondly, we have in the conditions listened to folks along United Street, and we have backed up the lighting. Any lighting that would be on the property would be backed up away from United Street a considerable distance. So we've listened to folks along that street, and we try to mitigate that impact with an additional restriction over and above the development standard in the ordinance.
Okay. Additionally, are there going to be any additional security features that are not currently on the property that will be on the property?
Well, I think that Mr. Robinson will have a camera security system. Sure, he's got a business interest in making sure that his business is secure, so there will be security cameras on the property. I doubt there will be a security guard there 24/7, but he'll have 3 employees there per day.
Okay, and then last but not least, I think you mentioned that you did meet with the community.
We did.
What, if any, changes or updates came from those conversations?
Oh, well, we added, the half a dozen conditions after the neighborhood meeting at the zoning commission.
As a direct result of?
Right, exactly. And that's why we didn't have any additional conditions this evening. We really loaded up the conditions at the zoning commission meeting and tried to address those concerns, and I believe we did.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, now we'll have the opponents speak for a total of 15 minutes, up to 15 minutes, and so we have 4 people signed up in opposition: Joyce Uri, Bill Eckert, Patty Eckert, and Andrew Schaffner. Whatever order you wish to speak.
Good evening, Council. My name is Andrew Schaffner, 4204 Princeton Avenue, Greensboro. Members of Council, friends, and neighbors, I would like to recognize the residents of Lindley Park for writing a letter of support for our effort and for attending in person and online. I would also like to recognize all the residents of Highland Park for their steadfast support in safe and deliberate conversations we've had with the city and developers throughout the years to ensure that Highland Park retains its small neighborhood character while being pro-development and in favor of valuable economic development in Greensboro. Where to begin? All stories have a beginning, and this one is no different. But before I tell that story about this situation, I want to do a little education, and that education is Latin. There are a few Latin phrases that we're all familiar with, whether we speak Latin or not. These well-known expressions are e pluribus unum, out of many, one. Stare decisis, standing decision, or precedent. Caveat emptor, buyer beware, or let the buyer beware. During 2007 and 2010, when the City of Greensboro was working towards the first Land Development Ordinance, the LDO, which was a comprehensive rezoning effort to better position Greensboro for future development, this same property was reviewed to be made commercial following its current commercial use. The property owner of Hardin Oil Company worked with Highland Park neighborhood to come to an agreement on certain restricted activities on this property as not in agreement with or appropriate for our neighborhood's views on commercial development. Ultimately, Highland Park stood with Hardin Oil Company and was in support of the zoning with restrictions and received the resounding support of this City Council and a special comment of recognition by Yvonne Johnson and Sandy Carmody at the time. Imagine that, e pluribus unum, out of our many differences, one supported decision. In 2010, the Highland Park neighborhood worked with the City of Greensboro and Sheets to voice our concerns and suggestions for a location that was ultimately approved with our input and your full support and opened in March of 2012. Sheets and the Highland Park neighborhood, e pluribus unum. In 2012, Mike Nicholson obtained an option to purchase the subject property if the property could have automobile sales, one of the restricted uses. This restriction, I apologize, this restriction would be against what had been previously banned by both the City Council and the agreement with Hardin Oil. Caveat emptor. In 2012, Highland Park neighborhood had discussions with Mike, and we were not convinced of the reasonableness of the automobile sales restriction being lifted and opposed the effort of reversing the restriction, e pluribus unum. In 2012, in front of City Council, the Highland Park neighborhood spoke in opposition to the request to rezone and remove the restriction of automobile sales. The Greensboro City Council agreed, recounting the 2010 decision to ban the sale of automobiles, and rejected the rezoning request. Stare decisis. Having lost the effort to secure the reversal of the automobile sales restriction, a term of his option to purchase the property, Mike Nicholson proceeded and purchased the property from Hardin Oil anyway. Caveat emptor. In 2015, Cone Hospital wanted to purchase and tear down a home in the Highland Park neighborhood, and there's a point to this. They wanted to move their IT department into the office building at the corner of United and Market Streets. The residents of Highland Park voiced several major concerns with this development opportunity. We met several times with Cone Health and the City of Greensboro representatives about these concerns. Cone agreed with our concerns. 3 of the major concerns we had with the safety and traffic were heard by city staff, and those were the intersection and traffic flows at United and Market Street, United Street traffic flow and capacity, and the Ashland and Holden intersection, and the non-conforming traffic lights and concerns of timing and flows with the increased volumes. Cone Health met all agreed suggestions. The United and Market Street intersection was redesigned and rebuilt, e pluribus unum. And the United Street traffic flows and the Ashland and Holden intersection were not addressed. Caveat emptor. Now the rezoning before you tonight. It has been 11 years. Mike Nicholson purchased the property with restrictions, caveat emptor. In those 11 years, it has been in various forms of junk, only mildly resembling any type of plumbing and heating uses, but we in Highland Park are respectful of the rights of private property owners. As currently restricted for screening, I'm unaware of any enforcement action taken by City Council code enforcement. As for automobile sales, there have been several instances over the years where random single cars have been for sale on the property, and I'm unaware of any action taken by the Code Enforcement Department during these 7 years, and I'm unaware of any violations that were listed. And this is not something that's reactionary. There's hardly a month that goes by when a code enforcement officer does not travel through the Highland Park neighborhood with our support. After 11 years, we're right back to automobile sales as the case at hand. The petitioner suggested that there are so many less desirable possible uses for the property. I don't disagree with that. I don't think that the Planning Commission took the irony in my joke about it potentially becoming a mattress store or a vape shop the right way. However, we're not here discussing a mattress store or a vape shop. Those would be perfectly acceptable uses under the current zoning. And we would not be here tonight defending the restrictions on the property if one of those suggestions was being made. Zoning changes are really putting the cart before the horse, especially in this matter, in that the petitioner asked for the zoning change. If it is approved, then there are many more substantive discussions that occur between city staff and the petitioner about what has to happen during the development process. Stormwater, environmental, etc., lighting. This happens after the zoning is approved. After hearing these restrictions and additional work that may have to happen, the petitioner may abandon the project entirely, but the neighborhood is left with one less restriction and markedly one certainly less desirable outcome. Caveat emptor. This will be at least the third time we have brought the safety of pedestrians, children, and bike traffic to the attention of City Council and the GDOT and zoning staff. I'm sure that repeated action increases and solidifies the existence of a safety risk that can increase the city's liability in cases of accidents. The school bus routes on United Street add to the risk placed on our children while waiting to go to and from school. The Ashland and Holden intersection is a 20,000 plus traffic count per day area, and the non-conforming nature of the traffic lights and the short timing of the lights creates a safety and commute burden that has existed for many years. Increased more so when Cone Health opened their IT offices. These have not been addressed since 2015. There's routinely a 2 to 3 light traffic cycle wait for access to Holden Road from Ashland. And regularly, traffic is backed up from the Ashland-Holden intersection beyond United Street, so that access from United is backed up and takes 2 to 3 light cycles to get off of United onto Ashland to even get to Holden Road. One was reconfigured, the intersection at the top of the hill at United and Market was reconfigured, and it was one of the major concerns that we had in 2015 with the Cone Health office takeover. But the other two intersections, or the United Street and the other intersection, have not been addressed since our last meeting. This zoning request does not in any way increase or improve the economic diversity or equity of the city of Greensboro. There is only one pie, one car pie. It is not like anyone is going to be coming from great distances, staying the night, buying a meal, staying in a hotel, or any other type of activity related to picking up a car that is bought online. It is the way cars are bought today. I do agree with that. The employment of 1, 2, or 3 people is not worth the ultimate cost to the city in the necessary infrastructure upgrades, and there's no added value to the neighborhood in safety or in property value. And I would be willing to assist any citizens within the Highland Park neighborhood or the 750 zone if this were to pass in questioning any future property value increase rates that might occur. The opening letter from Mr. Isaacson indicated that he represented Chris Robinson. The application states that he represents Chris and Mike, the property owner. We did have discussions with Mark and Chris, but not Mike. We did discuss some potential options and some hesitations that the community had about the rezoning. Those issues were discussed and were presented by Mr. Isaacson, though what we were presented as the original application and what finally got voted on by the Zoning Commission was different. We did not see the final recommendations of Mark to the Zoning Commission as they were voted on. It was only after they were voted on that we saw the final conditions. There was an updating, there were some further restrictions, but also some lessening of the screening. Now, I did just see tonight that the city staff pointed out that one of the screening issues was in the finally voted option, which was to limit the screening to United and open on Ashland Avenue, and that was one of the changes that occurred.
I just want to make sure
yes.
It was 15 minutes total, and that other speakers may want to speak.
Okay, I'll finish during rebuttal. How about that? Okay.
You each have a minute.
Hi, I'm Joyce Uri. I need to give you my address. Is that right? 805 Howard Street? Okay, all right. So I'm Joyce Uri. I'm here representing Lindley Park Neighborhood Association, and we have a statement we prepared that we'd like to share. The Lindley Park Neighborhood Association Executive Committee has voted to support the Highland Park neighborhood in appealing the January 18th, 2023 Planning and Zoning Commission decision to approve the rezoning of the property located at 4200 and 4206 United Street. The neighborhood association, Lindley Park neighborhood is located directly east across Holden Road from Highland Park, and we fully support our neighbors across Holden in their desire to encourage development that respects the residential nature of the area while also enhancing and adding value to a parcel that is already zoned for commercial use. Because of the proximity of Holden-Ashland-Wendover intersection, which is a highly challenging intersection for drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists alike, both the Highland Park and the Lindley Park residents are concerned that inappropriate development at this location will adversely impact the nearby residents. And we understand that the City Council has upheld a no auto sales zoning condition twice in the past and believe that the conditions that led to that decision have not changed or possibly even gotten worse. So the Lindley Park Neighborhood Association Executive Committee encourages the City Council to uphold the appeal and asks respectfully that you direct the staff to undertake a thorough analysis of the Holden-Ashland-Wendover intersection and its surrounding area with the goal of recommending modifications that will ensure future safe passage through these existing Greensboro neighborhoods. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Council, Mayor, I'm Bill Eckert. I live at 2621 Beechwood Street, Lindley Park, USA. I'm here just to remind you that in 2012 we had a meeting with the Zoning Commission about the same issue. I spoke at that meeting. It was denied. It was denied because of the transitional nature of the neighborhood, which it still is. You can go down Howard or Princeton, you see contractors and renovators. The neighborhood is up and coming. And it was also denied because of the egress on, into this parking lot. And that was a pretty picture that Mark put up there with 12 cars in the parking lot. There's going to be 55 cars in that parking lot, and it's going to be a mess. And it is going to face United, and it is going to, I don't know how it's visible from Wendover if you've ever driven there. So anyway, I just want to say I don't know why we're opposing this, because Greensboro needs another car lot, especially in the neighborhood. So I urge you to stand up for the neighborhood and just change the zoning request. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. You will have a 5-minute rebuttal if you want to speak at the end. Are there any questions for the applicant? For the opposition? What?
Patty Eckerd, 2621 Beechwood Street, Greensboro. I stand in support of Highland Park, our neighbors. We are trying to raise the quality of living in both Lindley Park and Highland Park. I do not see where quality of life will be increased with a car lot. You go a half a mile or more, and there's 5 or 6 auto sales. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for those in opposition? No? Then we will go to our rebuttal period. Did you have a question?
I have a question.
You did have a question?
Well, not for the opposition, but for staff maybe.
Go ahead.
Was there any traffic analysis done around this area? The intersection we're talking about, so, I mean, with cars going in and out, how is that going to
I had asked
impact the road configuration and all of that as well?
Councilwoman Hightower, Hannah and I have had several discussions over the last couple of weeks, and I had asked her to be here this evening. If we want to hear from her regarding the traffic situation now, I thought that we could wait until after the rebuttal, but if you want to hear her from her
That's
now.
fine. Either way, I mean, I have that question because it was really brought up by the opposition.
Sure. No,
as well.
traffic is, I think that's an issue that has been brought up, and we wanted to address it tonight. So appropriate now, Mayor? Okay.
Now, yeah, it would help me. Yeah, I really think it would.
Yep. I'm happy to answer a few questions in that regard. So a project of this size, on a lot of this size, did not require a transportation impact analysis. It's not a requirement of rezoning of this nature for a lot this size. To answer some of these inquiries, we did have staff run a software that we use internally called TripGen that looked at auto sales, used cars in particular, at the total square footage of the lot and the total number of employees. So we generated some estimated trip generation. That showed in the PM peak, which was the heaviest period of time throughout the day, a total of 37 trips, maximum being generated.
Over what time? Is that an hour?
That's the PM peak, so that's the rush hour window.
So have you looked, did you look at any kind of, I think, traffic improvements, lights, right there at that corner, is people coming out? I've had, well, I won't say what I've had, but there are people coming out at one side and then cars and then that turn light. So have you looked at any kind of modifications of traffic lights or?
Yes, that location was the scene of a crash early in the late part of 2022. So we have been looking at the signal progression. We did a crash analysis of the site, and we're doing some additional signal timing changes. All of that ties together. It essentially operates as a single set of signals with United Street, Holden Road, Wendover, and the ramps to Wendover Avenue from Holden. So it's a little bit complex, but we are working through a revision to those signal timing issues.
Hannah, when do you expect that to be implemented?
It's underway. So we'll prioritize that work, certainly, of course, in response to the crash that occurred. But we are working on it.
I mean, I think part of my thinking was that, according to the applicant and the way that used automobiles are purchased today and looked at, it didn't appear to me that it was going to generate significant traffic increase for that particular location. But what I was most interested in, I think, is you're looking at the intersection itself and the timing of those two traffic signals there.
I think one additional item to point out is we do have sidewalks planned for both sides of Holden Road, and the design of that work is underway.
And the applicant would be required in the site plan here, I think, to put sidewalks into that area as well.
We deal with that at the TRC level, and it's dependent on a number of factors, but we would be at the minimum looking for a contribution of the right-of-way to facilitate that project, and then any other requirements that are driven by the investment being made in the property.
And one of the suggestions that I had heard was, could we possibly have a right turn lane only from Ashland onto Holden? I looked carefully at that Sunday afternoon myself, and I'm not a traffic engineer. That's your area of expertise, but there certainly doesn't appear to be an opportunity to do that, and I think you confirmed that to me.
The site there is very constrained. We have some challenges from physical topography. The toe of the bank that is holding up Wendover Avenue in that area falls very close to the existing curb line. There's also an existing utility line that is pretty significant in size that is in that right-of-way, adjacent to that right-of-way as well. We will continue to evaluate other ways that the signal can be run to reduce that delay, but adding an additional right turn lane there is very unlikely.
But we feel that that reworking and the timing of the two traffic signals could certainly alleviate some of the backup situation that that the neighborhood seems to feel that it's experiencing now. Okay,
yep, that's correct.
Any other questions for staff at this point? Okay, then 5-minute rebuttal period. Mr. Isaacson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate the questions and the information about transportation issues, because that was a concern, and we have certainly reviewed that with staff and would look forward to cooperating with staff on any transportation or road improvements there. You heard a lot from Mr. Schaffner about some Latin phrases and some legal analysis. I would certainly suggest that you consult with your own legal counsel about any legal analysis, but in terms of precedent and the fact that this particular use is a currently prohibited use, I would suggest that if we had the same circumstances every time in every case in court, we wouldn't need judges, we wouldn't need juries. If we had the same circumstances to bring before you, we probably wouldn't need a decision from this council. Instead, we do have changed circumstances, and we have 6 new conditions that we have voluntarily imposed on this project, on this property, as a result of hearing and listening with neighborhood concerns and others. I've had several conversations with Mr. Schaffner to that effect. A lot of time has elapsed. The way we purchase automobiles has changed in that interim period. And so I think that based on these changed circumstances, based on new conditions that have tightened up on things where the property, how it would be utilized, how it would be situated, those are worthy of consideration, I would submit. I would say that, what we're doing is we're adding one use, but we're tightening up on a number of ways that the property will be utilized. And as I mentioned, worst case scenario, if this automobile sales business goes out of business in 2, 5, 10 years, whatever it may be, these conditions will run with the land, will be binding on this property, and the people in the area, the properties in the area, will benefit from those new conditions. They cannot be changed without your approval. And so that's a real benefit that we are now imposing voluntarily, having heard the concerns of people in the area. I would suggest that of all the permitted uses that could go there right now with no further city approval, as I mentioned, an IHOP, a Waffle House, a Ruby Tuesday, or a retail center with various bays of retail uses, people coming and going every day, employees coming and going, further hours of operation. This is a narrowing in of uses and a tightening up of opportunities for the use of the property under these circumstances, and I think there's a real benefit to be obtained there. I would not have brought this project forward unless I thought that it was a reasonable request under the circumstances and that it would be a good fit. This has been reoriented toward Wendover Avenue. It is not now. Right now, this project or property, any business that's situated here could be oriented in any which way. And to follow up, Ms. Abiswader, on your point, that building could be demolished, could be removed, and this entire property could be reoriented in any direction that would fit. So now we have really reoriented this business toward a thoroughfare that, you know, given the history of the property, the restrictive covenants on it right now, no residential use, it's got a wide variety of commercial uses that may be utilized here, and the restrictive conditions we've imposed, I would submit that it's a very reasonable request and worthy of your consideration. As far as the Lindley Park Association, we didn't hear anything from them, and I'm sorry we didn't have the opportunity to communicate with them. I'm a big fan of that association and that Lindley Park neighborhood. I wish we had had the opportunity. We did not really know of their interest and were never informed about that, and it's not subject to the Lindley Park overlay. So with that, I would be glad to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my understanding is there can't be any residential there because of the petroleum possibility that may be located there. Is that's
right.
Correct?
No residential, no daycare, no nursing home, nothing where people would live on the property or even a Parks or Rec use of it, nothing of that nature.
Right, and so I'm understanding there will be no junk cars, no car repair.
Correct. That's right.
Any of those items, but like you said, it could be a 24-hour restaurant, right?
Well, I think there are some hours currently, but it could be, we've tightened up on those hours of operation. I guess my point is that there is a wide variety of permitted uses right now under commercial medium. Yes, automobile sales were a prohibited use from another prior rezoning. I would say that the change conditions and I call it upgrade that we've imposed on this property make that worthwhile in considering. And you know, if I think that the other change circumstance is that the owner's retiring as a plumbing contractor, and he started looking around. He happens to know Mr. Robinson. This appeared to be a good fit, and they approached me and said, what do we need to do to make this available? And so I certainly counseled them that, well, I would get behind this project, this proposed use of automobile sales under these circumstances. And that's how we ended up with these additional conditions.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Isaacson? Now comes the time for
Thank you.
a 5-minute rebuttal for the opponents.
Mark is correct. Those restrictions that they offered voluntarily would go along with the property. But that's what the neighborhood thought 13 years ago when they stood here and asked for the restrictions that are currently on the property. So there's nothing separating the request 10 years ago that two different entities actively worked with the neighborhood to place these restrictions. So there's nothing to say that 10 years hence, someone couldn't come and ask you again to reduce those restrictions. The city staff supported this action. This is the third time. I reviewed the staff report. There was a lot of cut, copy, and paste from the vision, future plan, planning, and maps and such. But there were no facts. There were no facts to support any economic development impact that this would have, positive or negative. There wasn't any report. You heard from city staff there was no traffic report, no traffic study that was done. Now, I have not seen that it was not required on a property of this size, but there was one done during the previous discussion in 2012, in 2010, and even in 2015 with Cone Health, which indirectly impacted this property, not directly. There were traffic impact studies then. There has been no environmental impact study done. Once again, cart before the horse, it could happen that you approve the zoning and there's some environmental impact requirements by the city subsequent to this, and it's like, whoa, we don't want to spend that kind of money to address any environmental impacts that might occur on that property subject to what we're going to do. So let's do just a quick review of where I started, and I agree with Mark that I was using a little bit of legal terminology. I'm not an attorney. I was using it mainly for discussion purposes. But under e pluribus unum, our neighborhood plays by the rules. Comes together with our own people and with neighborhoods adjacent to ask for reasonable and acceptable development that maintains the character and safety of the neighborhood. Stare decisis, the city council, you have, and your predecessors have supported this restriction since 2010. Caveat emptor. Mike Nicholson disregarded a real estate option, zoning restrictions, and the neighborhood's desires for 10 years, took no action on the property, and now comes back with the same proposal that has been the subject of restrictions for 13 years. You, the Greensboro City Council, should vote in denial of the zoning request. You should deny the zoning request as it is not beneficial to the City of Greensboro economically. You should deny the zoning request as it is not in conformation with the character and vision of Greensboro or the neighborhood of Highland Park. You should deny the zoning request as it will place a further burden on infrastructure of the city and of the neighborhood. You should deny the zoning request as you have upheld the restriction on this property for 13 years. You should deny this request as the current owner was fully aware of what he was buying when he bought it in 2012, inclusive of the restrictions. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for those in opposition? The public hearing moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. All in favor say aye. Aye. And Mrs. Thurm says aye also. That passes 9-0. Any questions or comments? Mrs. Hoffman?
You know, I always appreciate the folks who live in their neighborhood who come and advocate for those neighborhoods. And in this case, we have both Highland Park and Lindley Park, two really charming neighborhoods in District 4. Part of my concern here is, you know, this was an ugly property for decades when it was an oil distribution business. And since then, I think the property has even, it's become more blighted and unattractive. And I think, you know, that's part of the problem that we are hoping to solve here. And we have an applicant who is suggesting a business and placing conditions on the property that I think would allow that to happen. Obviously, his plan will go through site plan review, and those features will, be determined and approved at that point. But Andrew went back to his Latin, and I won't go quite back that far in language, but what part of my thinking here is that I'll use an old Italian proverb, which is, don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. And what I've always interpreted that to mean is that don't let your insistence for absolute perfection decrease the opportunity or the chance that you have to make something better or to get a favorable result. That's interesting. I spoke this morning, as a matter of fact, with the owner who has the house across the street from this property at 4205 United. She and her husband, I think, bought that house in 2005 when they first moved to Greensboro. They've subsequently moved to another location in the city, and this is a rental property. But, what she said to me is that that she supports this rezoning and feels that for the neighborhood, this is a chance to get a good and favorable situation and improvement for the neighborhood. I won't reiterate everything that Mr. Isaacson has talked about, but the applicant has placed major conditions on the use of this property. It's now oriented away from the major residential street here. There are the conditions of landscaping, improvement to the structure itself, lighting, the hours, and as we've learned, in all of the other uses that this property could be utilized for, both industrial and commercial, could bring something, from my point of view, much more detrimental and more negative to the neighborhood. And part of my thinking here, too, is that I know that we made a decision in 2012 as a council. I was on that council. Many of us were. But that's more than a decade ago. And, it's we excluded a used car business at that point. But the way that automobiles are purchased today is totally different than it was a decade ago. So I think that requires us to rethink how we previously thought about something. So, these are really always difficult decisions when they involve a neighborhood and concern by the residents of the neighborhood. But I feel that we have an opportunity tonight to turn this property into something that is more positive for the neighborhood, and that will satisfy, I believe, most, if not all, of the objections voiced during the discussion. And we, as a city, will make our commitment from a traffic point of view to do what we can to help improve the traffic situation. So, I'm certain that this is not what the neighborhood wants to hear, but I really have to think in terms of what ifs and what could the other options and alternatives be. And I feel that we have an opportunity here with the conditions that have been imposed to make a good decision. As Mr. Isaacson pointed out, if this location doesn't work out for some reason or another after 2 years or 5 years or whatever, these conditions go with the land. So I think that gives a lot of protection to the neighborhood in terms of this particular property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Abuswaiter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be brief. I certainly believe that Mrs. Hoffman has gone over almost every point that could have been gone over there, so I thank you, Mrs. Hoffman. Knowing most everyone who is in the audience for this agenda item, I know and respect each one of you, and I think you know that we always have a hard decision to make up here, but when I read the list of all of the things that could go in there at this point today, I was thinking, well, that's going to create a lot of traffic. If you have a restaurant that is popular and people in and out and in and out all the time, it could be any type of store that could go in there. It could be several stores that could go if designated properly with square footage and all of those things. So I think those things would create a lot more traffic than this one will. And the way that I see where the screening will be done and all of those things that Mr. Isaacson said, I can assure you if those things are not done, I certainly want to know about it. And, and if there's anything about, I was worried about junk cars or having a lot of cars come in to be repaired, and that is not to be the case. So if that were to happen, I would certainly want to know about that, and I'm sure Mr. Isaacson would too. So knowing that those things follow the land and follow the way it is, I will be supporting this evening, and certainly want the community to know that this is really tough, especially when you know so many people who are interested in it not going forward. So it's like Mrs. Hoffman said, it was so many years ago, and things have truly changed. And if we can get a business owner to do something appropriately with the nice facade and colors, then I think we should go for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of things. First, Mr. Manager, looking at this, and I don't know as much history of the past 7 years. I do remember 2010. But the traffic impact analysis had came up again. And I believe every time we had a rezoning, I think I told you that if the traffic impact analysis studies differed, whether one would happen or one would not happen, I would say something to you. So this is another case that I'm curious about what causes the traffic impact analysis, what is the internal, what will happen before. And so it's just another example that was brought up this evening. Second, when I moved from the West Coast to Greensboro, I lived on Harvard Avenue, which is in this neighborhood. So I know this neighborhood well, and to Mr. Isaacson's old photo, I do remember that was a hard knoll and what the area looks like. My son, on the flip side, goes to occupational therapy right around the corner. And if you look at what is United Street North, which this would be considered United North, it's very different than Highland. You have a lot of multifamily. You've got, of course, the sheets on the northwest corner. You got the extra space. Just looking at the map, and plus you're adjacent and on Market Street and Wendover. If I still lived on Harvard Avenue and I had to look at this for the last 20 years, I'd be tired of looking at it for the last 20 years. 23, I guess, when I moved back. So, I encourage the owner, should this go through, and I will be supporting it, to do what is in the restrictions to appropriately landscape it, to clean up the property. You have owned it for 10 years. It's long overdue to do something very nice there that's more attractive than what has been there for the last 50 years. And I do think that it would actually enhance the neighborhood And I hope it's successful. I hope this land doesn't come back up, because if it does, it's going to be another case that's going to be a very difficult rezoning case for us or the future council to consider. But in this case, you know, looking at the maps, looking at and I live on GIS, is what I'm looking at right now, and what I've been looking at this whole time, and having lived in this neighborhood, you know, I'll support this request, and I hope that it beautifies the neighborhood better than even expected.
I know the neighborhood well. Interestingly enough, my son rented a house on Harvard. Maybe you were neighbors way back when. So I have traveled those roads, and I feel like I'm very familiar with it. You know, the beauty of a conditional use rezoning as opposed to a general rezoning is that if somebody is going to make a change to the conditions, they have to go through the entire rezoning process again. That's not something that is done easily. It was talked about change, and maybe one of the reasons why a car lot was unattractive 10, 12 years ago was because of the traffic in and out. But people are buying cars online. A lot of people are buying cars online. They're looking at inventory, and then they go say, I bought a car online. People are buying houses online. We kind of have to change. You know, what's there at that corner right now is extremely unattractive. Even though what we saw were for illustrative purposes, I believe it is going to be much more attractive than what you have now. When you look at the perpetual land use restrictions, and it talks about real property shall not be developed or utilized for residential purposes, including but not limited to primary, secondary residence, permanent or temporary schools, daycare, nursing home, playgrounds, parks and recreation, and or other picnic areas. I mean, that should give us pause that we've talked about brownfields a lot in the last 2 weeks. Obviously, there is an issue with disturbing this land, and this would be a much less intensive use than could go in there. Putting a restaurant, which is allowable, kind of surprises me. The traffic that would bring, and the fact that they would allow a restaurant on that site surprises me. So I think that this is a much less intensive use than you could have given what is allowable in rezonings now. For that point, I will support this. Are there any other further comments? Is there a motion?
Move the item.
Second. I believe that requires a statement of consistency. Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes. The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the rezoning request for the properties at 4200 and 4206 United Street from CDCM Conditional District Commercial Medium to CDCM Conditional District Commercial Medium to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future built form map and future land use. The proposed CDCM zoning district, as conditioned, permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Thank you. Council, please vote. Did your screen come up?
I voted.
And that passes 9-0. That brings us to the end of our public hearing items. Why don't we take a short recess for 10 minutes before we go to our general business agenda?
Welcome to this latest installment of Greensboro Business Profiles. I'm your host, Carla Banks. Join me as I feature a variety of business owners who choose to call Greensboro their home. It goes without saying, the small business community is critical to our local economy. Greensboro Business Profiles highlights their services and celebrates their contributions. Let's meet today's profile.
My motivation for branching out and starting my own private practice was a result of me wanting to be able to show up in this field of mental health authentically. I was able to start my therapy career with a local agency, Peculiar Counseling. Absolutely loved them. They taught me everything, taught me a lot of what I know now. And so just being able to see the effect that I had and knowing how much of a leader I am, I wanted to be able to see, you know, if this could be possible. And it has been thus far, and just being able to show up in both of my passions of social work, therapy, and fashion, and being able to make that all live in one place. Theranista is therapist and fashionista put together. So a couple years ago in 2018, I started a fashion styling company, and it was originally called Fetch Fashions because I was obsessed with the term fetch. And I am very much so a girl's girl. I love to dress up. I love to have all of the razzle dazzle. And so I enjoyed at the time styling people. So I was styling photo shoots, local business brands, just all types of ventures I had gotten into. And so I was like, okay, like, you know, I was also a therapist at the same time. So I was like, okay, how can I make this live in one place? I was like, it just came to me. I was like, Theranista. I was like, I can make this work. I can really make this work. And so ultimately the business is Theranista Wellness, helping you look as good as you feel and feel as good as you look. You know, being able to speak this message of you can't just work on the outer without working on the inner, and vice versa. Like, we have to be able to become our whole best self and how we present to the world from an internal and external perspective. They love being able to come into a safe space that I've created, because ultimately when I show up in the consultations, I like to call them a vibe check. Like, this is where we meet and greet, because I'm very big on people finding their therapist, especially for men. When men go into therapy, they know the type of therapist that they desire. So they know if they would like to see an African American female, they know if they would like to see a Caucasian female, they know if they would like to see a man, Caucasian or African American. Men know what they want going into therapy. So me being myself does not bother them. And I made sure in my marketing, in my overall aesthetic, that it wasn't too girly, because I did want to attract men. I want to attract all people to be able to come in and seek wellness. I really enjoy being able to teach my clients skills, because they have a running joke, and they don't even know it amongst everyone, where they say, I make life seem so simple within the green walls. And I tell them it is that simple. When you all take the skills that we discuss in here and you apply it in your real life situations, life is really that simple. And they come back and they're like, so I did what you told me to do and it worked. And I'm like, I know, yay. So it's me being able to teach them the necessary skills, because they don't have a therapist in their pocket. So I tell them I can't go down into Thumbelina form and be with you all over the place. That's not the thing. But here are some skills, right? Skills to deal with anxiety, skills to deal with depression, skills to be able to improve your overall gratefulness in life. And so those are some of the things that we discussed, just going over life's transitions and life's problems, because they're there. But one of the things that I tell them is that when you come to therapy, we're dealing with all of life, right? So the good thing is, if you start therapy and we're dealing with everything that has happened before today, when life happens tomorrow, it's not as heavy, because you don't have yesterday's stuff and what's in front of you stuff. You're just dealing with what's in front of you. And it makes life a little bit easier, a little bit manageable. One of the things I tell especially my teenagers, is that because there is this unfortunate pattern of self-harm behaviors, of cutting and just doing various things. And so usually I get teenagers that don't like talking to their parents, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. If you don't want to talk to them, but you have to talk to me. We have to be able to create that trust bond in here so that I can make sure that you are safe. And I tell them, I say, you know, there are certain things I got to check in with your parent. You're a minor. We just can't be in here talking and what your parents don't know. I said, so how about we create a plan? We're going to talk about what I'm going to talk to them about. But if at any moment you are a danger to yourself or somebody else, I have to let them know. And they're like, okay, I will let you know when I'm feeling as though I want to harm myself or I'm feeling as though I want to harm somebody else. And I ask them straight on. I don't sugarcoat anything. I say the necessary words because that's an effective therapist. We don't hide from the word suicide. We don't hide from the word self-harm, cutting, those various things. Are you doing these things? And what does this look like? What are the triggers, right? And what is our safety plan going to look like? You know, how much life do you still want to live? And so I ask those direct questions, and that's how we get great results. This has become my home. I'm originally from Jacksonville, Florida, and I came up here for college. And so in my trying to figure out where I was going to, I guess, start my adulting life, my mother made it very clear, you cannot come back. So you need to figure it out up there because you can't come back. This is not where you're supposed to be. And I said, okay. I said, well, I'll figure it out. And so I ended up coming back to Greensboro. I tell everybody, don't ever burn bridges, because I ended up being offered the job from my internship from my senior year in my undergrad. And I had always maintained that relationship while in grad school. And I came back here and I had created a village here. And so my godmother, I asked her, I said, hey, you know, I'm coming back. Can I come stay with you for a while? She said, yeah. So that's where this is how I started. I love being able to come back to Greensboro. Greensboro has been great to me. I mean, even my alma mater, A&T, I absolutely love them. I give them so much credit, and just the city overall has been so good to me. And so being able to start my business here and give back to the very place that gave me so much has been awesome. So everybody can reach me at www.theranistawellness.com. That is THERANISTA wellness.com. All of my social media handles are at Theranista, at THERANISTA. And you can also look me up by my name, Alicia Williams.
I hope you enjoyed meeting today's business profile. If you are a business owner who would like to be featured, or you want to nominate someone for Greensboro Business Profiles, send me an email. I look forward to hearing from you and spotlighting our next business profile.
There's a new name for play in Greensboro. The Miriam P. Brenner Children's Museum is open and ready for play in downtown Greensboro.
The exciting change for us today is a new name, a name to acknowledge and say thank you for an extraordinary gift by a very generous family, Nancy and Frank Brenner. And so we are delighted and thrilled that our new name is now Miriam P. Brenner Children's Museum.
Frank, why did you want to get involved with the museum?
Look at this. I mean, once you bring your grandchildren here, you're hooked for life, and it's just such a great asset for Greensboro. So we're excited.
Tell us about your mother, for whom this is now named.
You know what? She tolerated me for 50 years, so wanted to do something to honor her, and I just think this fits perfectly. So we're happy to be here, happy to do it.
And what are some of your favorite things to do here?
What's not my favorite thing to do here? Quite frankly, just spend time with the grandkids. You know, whatever they want to do, I'm happy to move along with them. It's an incredible facility. It really is, and I appreciate everyone before me that put this together.
Well, we're glad to have you here for sure. Marion, the museum has been here for 23 years. The airplane, one of the very first original exhibits here. How has it changed over the years?
We have grown and evolved as time has gone. We have always been a fabulous, safe, fun place for kids and families. But when we first started, we had the fire truck was in this room, and things have been moved around. Exhibits have changed just as kids have changed and grown, and some things have been loved to death and been replaced by other things. So we have just evolved. In 2010, we opened the Edible Schoolyard, and that was a fabulous it's our half-acre teaching garden, a fabulous new way for families to explore, to teach kids about healthy eating. In 2017, we opened our outdoor climbing play plaza, which has just been fabulous, added a water feature and our digital experience in the growing place. And so we are constantly evolving to serve the community. We have lots of things in the works, new plans for exhibit overhauls, some surprises and fun things that are coming. All of our guest services areas are being refreshed and updated, our classrooms and birthday party rooms. But today, it is just really a special chapter in the life of the museum as we take this new name. To become the Miriam P. Brenner Children's Museum is just so incredibly exciting.
And this is a special gift from the Brenner family to honor Frank Brenner's mother.
Absolutely, yeah. So we approached Frank about a year ago to see if they would consider supporting our campaign, Building for Tomorrow, to invest in the infrastructure of the museum. We needed a new roof, we needed new HVAC, we needed a new security system, just all the things that go with an older building. And of course, he totally understood it, and we had a delightful conversation, and he said, this is important, and this institution is important to the community. And he said, let me think about what we can do, and called back that afternoon with just an amazing offer of a gift for the museum. And it's the largest gift the museum has ever received. And so we were so thrilled, and it's an honor to honor that gift and to say thank you. We thought it would just be fabulous to let the Brenners put a name on the museum, and Frank chose to name it for his mother.
And of course, mothers are the ones who care for their children, and whether that mother is not always a mother, it might be a father or a caregiver or a grandparent, but we see them all at the museum all the time, so that feels like a really special thing.
It does. It adds such a personal touch, and it speaks to family, and that's what we're all about. And so we just couldn't be more pleased. We think it's such an exciting day. We love the new logo and colors that go with it. And so it's just going to take us forward. We're going to be stronger and bigger and better than ever.
Well, we appreciate it. Thank you. We can't wait to play.
Come play anytime. We'll see you on the climbers, see you in the plane. Would you like to slide down the plane, Rosemary?
Oh, I might have to do that. Mm-hmm. Visit the museum in person on North Church Street and online at nbcmuseum.com. With locations across the country, Red Crab now has a following and a home in Greensboro.
He is making the Red Crab Special number 2, which is the cluster snow crab, shrimp, and sausage. It also comes with corn and potato. So we just sit here and wait till it cooks to perfection, and then we'll pour it into the bowl bag.
Greensboro is steamier these days.
The bowl bag, so it's seafood in a bag. Literally, we cook our food and then we pour it into the bowl bag. Then we cook up our sauce and we pour that sauce on top and we tie it up. We serve it on a platter to our customers.
Those bags are part of the secret to Red Crab's success.
Red Crab is a phenomenal place to be. It is a seafood concept. We do bowl bags. We do fried food. It's the best place to be in Greensboro as far as seafood is concerned.
Sabrina Benjamin has lived in Greensboro all her life and never ate too much seafood.
My mom was allergic to seafood, so we didn't have much seafood.
But when she tried it,
I liked it right away. Shrimp is still my favorite to this day.
When she heard a new seafood concept was coming to Greensboro, she knew she wanted to be part of it.
I definitely wanted to get my foot in the door. I actually applied as a hostess, and in 2 months I became a manager here.
She'd been in the restaurant business for years and was ready for a challenge.
I wanted to learn something new. I like a challenge, and it's definitely been a challenge. It's taught me new things, things I didn't even know about seafood.
What she learned was in Greensboro, seafood is a hit.
It worked. It worked. People enjoy it. People still come here, and our business is still growing. There you have it, guys. Perfection.
Okay, we've got special number 1. It's special number 2, and it's time for lunch. Before we eat, let me tell you, there are 2 locations in Greensboro for Red Crab, one on Gate City Boulevard, one on Coon Boulevard at Pyramids Village, and you can check them out online and order online at redcrabseafood.com. Let's eat.
Thank you. Appreciate you standing by during that brief break. We now go to the general business portion of our agenda. Item J1 is a resolution authorizing $20 million contract agreement with the Greensboro Science Center for the expansion of Battleground Bark Stick District Phase 2 and other facility improvements.
Move the item.
So that's been moved by Mr. Matheny and seconded by Ms. Abuzelater.
I third it.
I just had a quick question.
You have a question? Go ahead.
I had a very quick question. I just wanted to be clear. I saw the item, and this was the item on the bond.
Correct.
So this is how quickly we're moving this bond money. It's coming, $7 million initially. The rest by
Yes.
2025. So quickly, this money's moving out. Okay. I'm good. I just wanted to ask that question.
I just want to remind everybody that the Science Center is one of our biggest tourist attractions in Greensboro.
So while our vote's coming up, I too want to talk a little bit about the Science Center. Just this past Saturday, they had over 3,200 people go through the Science Center. That is a huge
That's
number.
humongous.
And besides going to the Science Center, they're also going to local restaurants and seeing other places. I remember when my kids were little that you would go to the Science Center maybe for a couple hours. And now that my grandchildren were the age they were, you can go spend the whole weekend there. There are so many different things to do. In the month of January, they also had 12% people coming through with the SNAP benefits, which means that they were able to purchase tickets for $5 up to 5 people, which is something that they've been doing, I think, in the last 18 months. I know I was there one Saturday and I saw a woman with her daughter and the little girl was playing in the tree houses. And I asked them how many times they come to the Science Center, and she said 3 times a week.
They passed 9-0.
So it is a great place. And one other thing that they are continuing a 30-year relationship with the Guilford County School Systems to bring kids in for their field days there, which I think is a terrific place to go. So, and that passes 9-0.
Yeah, in conjunction, I think that statistically, we have people visit from all 50 states.
We do.
On an annual basis there, too.
In
so.
some foreign countries.
Yeah.
Yeah. Item J2 is an ordinance amending fiscal year 2022-23 general fund budget for the American Rescue Plan Act enabled projects in the amount of $1,500,000. This item was previously adopted on the January 3rd, 2023 City Council meeting with a 5-4 vote. This item required a second vote for adoption. We do have 2 people to speak in favor of this. David Koleski, and I know that I probably messed that up, and Ruthie Richardson Robinson.
And so, Madam Mayor, after they speak, I do desire to speak on this item.
Yeah, but we'll let our speaker speak first.
Good evening. It's David Kolasaki. I'm the Chief Executive Officer and President of Habitat for Humanity of Greater Greensboro. Mayor Vaughn and Mayor Pro Tem Johnson and council members, good evening. On behalf of our board of directors, our staff, the many volunteers and supporters of Habitat, but most especially for our homeowners and our future homeowners, we want to express our gratitude and thank you for your ongoing and continued support of affordable housing and making it available to those here in our community. As you have stepped up your efforts to respond to the great need, Habitat Greensboro and its board of directors has also stepped up our production efforts here. We have been providing for the last 35 years homeownership housing opportunities here, primarily on the east side of Greensboro and Councilmember Wells and Councilmember Hightower's districts. We have provided that opportunity for well over 500 families here locally. We also support international missions of about 460 plus homes internationally as well. We build safe and affordable housings, but that's not all we do. We provide the supportive services to those individuals in the application process, during the build of that house, and for the entire life of the mortgage which we hold for those homeowners. So it is not only the building process of the home and making it affordable, but it's also the supported services that we provide that make it a successful program for so many in our community. It has been our pleasure to work and partner with the City of Greensboro. Most recently, that partnership has included the tornado response from 2018, working with the SRA to provide much needed repairs for those individuals that did not have the funds to provide that. We were also pleased to do the first tornado rebuild off Llano Court, and we have just dedicated our 5th of 5 homes in the Lincoln Heights area with those 2016 bond funds and disaster recovery funds from the state of North Carolina. Partnerships are a key part of what Habitat does. For the homeowner process, they need to have a need for the housing, a willingness to partner with us, and an ability to pay that affordable mortgage. For us, what we do is only possible through the partnerships we have. We know that the more we work together with others, the more we can accomplish for the community. We were pleased to be the first redeveloper back in Willow Oaks. We completed 6 of those homes last year. We currently have 8 homes going, including the first multifamily homes for ownership in Willow Oaks. We are looking forward to working again for another set of those homes with multifamily. And just wanted to say we appreciate your support this evening, and we appreciate your ongoing support.
Thank you. We do.
Hi, can I start?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry. Hi,
Just give us your name for the record.
I'm Ruthie Richardson Robinson. I'm the Vice President and Chief Operating Officer for Habitat for Humanity, with oversight actually of all our construction operations, our development, finance, actually all of our day-to-day operations. I insisted on being here tonight because a lot of times people don't get to see me because I sit behind the well, Mary Kate is shaking her head, but I do sit behind the ranks a lot of times. But I wanted to be here today just, first of all, like David, to just thank the City Council for our long partnership. I returned to the city in 2017, and one of the first things I was tasked with, and that was home ownership and increasing home ownership in this city, working with Habitat as the director. And I'd just like to say that it's always a great opportunity to partner with each and every one of you. David mentioned our time with you doing the SRA, or the Storm Recovery Alliance, after the 2018 tornado, but it was such an honor and a privilege for me for a couple of reasons, and that's the reason I stand here. Not only do I sit as the Vice President and COO for Habitat, but I am the first woman and the first person of color to also sit in the seat as the President of the Board of Directors for the state of North Carolina Habitat for Humanity state supported offices. I say that because it is so important, vitally important for me, to continue to push the charge for housing affordability and affordability in this state. I advocate on a regular basis, not just here at the city level, but also at the state level. And I just come here tonight just asking the City Council to continue to support our efforts as an organization and to support the City of Greensboro as you support us. I thought, and I'm going to wrap up really quickly, but even as we do what we do each day as an organization, as you know, the ARP funds, or the American Rescue Plan funds, would help us to make a huge impact in this city, about $10.5 million as a matter of fact. And part of my role as a woman and also as a minority is to make sure that those funds are divvied up to support other local businesses. The impact is about $2 million to other subcontractors in this city. But I stand here, I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you so much for what we've already accomplished, and I look forward to us being able to accomplish more as we move forward. We ask for favorable support as we continue, not just tonight, but from now on, moving forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Mrs. Hightower?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As many of you know, with the first vote that I took, I voted no. So let me say this. This is not about Habitat, okay? Let me be clear, because I think there's a misconception out here that's going around. This is not about Habitat, okay? Habitat does good work. Said it before. I'll say it again. They have made some impacts. They've done some things, built some houses to help people. I know what they do. Why I voted no was because I did not want to give $1.5 million solely to Habitat. It was ARP monies. And if you know what ARP money said, it said to help minority nonprofits and minority small businesses. And so I said for me that I would like to see 0.5 set aside to help minority contractors, to give an opportunity for minority contractors. And I have over 17 listed here that I know that have said to me, Ms. Hightower, how can I get in to the city of Greensboro? How can I help to rehab, rebuild in my own community? Because it seems to be a barrier that I can't overcome. And so I saw that 0.5 as an opportunity to craft a way to do that, to be able to help them, whether it's in the acquisition of a lot or a gap financing piece, to be able to do some things as well in East Greensboro. They too want to build on vacant lots that are still in East Greensboro, and also want to rehab homes in East Greensboro that have been hit by the tornado. They want that chance. And so I went after that 0.5 to try to help make that an opportunity. We've got to learn to be inclusive and have diverse housing and look at that. And so that's my angle. That's where I'm going for. So this is not about habitat. It's unfortunate that that's how it's been framed, but that is inaccurate. And I'm sorry that that is the case. I'm not discounting any organization that does their work and does their mission, but it is incumbent upon me as a representative of people of color that look like me to say to me, Sharon, help me. It is incumbent upon me to do just that. And that is thus the reason why I requested that. When we sat down in small groups to talk about the ARP monies, second meeting I was in, I was told that the people in the first meeting, they had had some wishes. They wanted to set money aside. They told me how they wanted to set it aside. I don't know if it was me and Hugh and Dr. Wells or somebody in that meeting. And so that was what they wanted to do. And it was conveyed to me. Then I said, well, this is what I'd like to see. I agree with what they're doing, but I'd like to see us maybe add this $500,000 out of that. But my message didn't get conveyed to others. Not sure why that didn't happen. Nevertheless, I said it at the meeting where we chose to vote 5-4. I stand by that. I stand by it tonight. I stand by it in the future. Opportunities don't come along often for us, people of color. So whenever there's an opportunity to do something to help someone who wants to help us, all these minority contractors that I have listed here have built, have helped, and have done it in other spaces, but can't get in here with us. And we have to wonder why. So if that was a way to kind of allow some of them to be able to do that, what's wrong with that? So tonight I still will vote no, because it's not about an organization. It is about a mission and a purpose that we need to be trying to achieve in today's society. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wells?
Councilwoman Hightower I was the person that moved the item at the last meeting. But when she gave her explanation of wanting to give part of the money to minority contractors, I withdrew the motion. We have been talking about being intentional. We had 2 days of retreat since we were here before, and we said that we were going to move forward with our new, well, it's not actually a new mission, but equity and inclusion and being the best best city, being a city where business was easy to do. And so the things that we say, Habitat for Humanity has done so much for our districts, and they continue to do it. They're a national group, and I feel that they have lots of advantages that some of our people don't have, and statistics bear us up. If we look at the statistics and how hard it is for African Americans to get loans, there's so many things that are obstacles. So if we have the ARP money, I think that we should be open-minded enough and inclusive enough to share. We're not asking to take all of the money from anybody. It's 1.5. What we're asking for is the 5 to give a helping, leg up, I think it's called, to help those who need it. I have contractors that call me and they want to build affordable housing, but they can't get all of the funding they need. Statistics show that most African Americans that start businesses have to get the money from their family. They go to the bank and the interest is higher, and they are discouraged when it comes to borrowing money. So there are a lot of obstacles that they face. This $500,000 will not be the answer, because you can't do a whole lot with that. But it would be encouraging. It would show a commitment on our half. And I've been asking my fellow council members to reconsider. Think about it. It's not about we don't want to give Habitat, because Habitat continues to do good things for us. But we want somebody else to be able to do something good also. That's the rationale. That's the reason for the no. And it's not about the other organization, but it's about our commitment to doing what's right to help those that need it.
Mary Kay, then Hugh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify, I don't know if someone from Habitat or someone from Neighborhood Development can clarify this, about the pool of contractors that Habitat for Humanity has. Is it okay if he comes up to the podium? I can't hear him from that back there.
Well, you're asking a
Yes.
direct question on this item.
Correct. The minority contractors. Correct.
Just to let you know, half the employees at Habitat for Humanity are African American. 5 of the 7 leadership positions at Habitat for Humanity are African Americans. Our construction director is an African American male, and one of our site superintendents is an African American female. So half of our employees in construction are African American. We fully support what needs to happen in the investment. We understand exactly what Sharon's saying. We have tried to live up to that. The only subcontractor we're currently using that is not a minority is our plumber. Our cement finishing for footings, driveways, sidewalks, our brick mason, our electrician, our roofers, our drywall, our painters are all minority companies. Many of them are not, or most of them are not registered with the state. We are trying to work with them. We know the city departments also work with them. We totally understand where your position needs to be. We are supportive. What we are offering to you is, if there's anything else we can do to help in your efforts to make this opportunity available. We know that dealing with the city is a lot of red tape, and it's slow on the money, and it's a lot of challenges, and businesses may need help with that, and we just want you to know that we're here to help and be a part of the solution you want to make for this community. We would have loved to have seen the $59.4 million to be shaved equally off of all of them, but we understand how important this is to you, and we're willing to work with you at the level you feel is appropriate for us.
Mary Kay.
I wasn't finished yet. Thank you. That answers that. And I believe, if I recall correctly, Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, and David, don't go far. You may have another
Yeah,
question.
you may have some more questions. If I recall correctly, there was 1.5 million in affordable housing that could be used for minority.
So
Contract
part of your
employees.
allocation was to set aside $1.5 million for
Right.
affordable housing. It wasn't specified for what, but there was conversation among you that preferably should be affordable housing by minority developers. That was the conversation around.
Right.
But it wasn't specified.
It wasn't
who or what.
specified,
But
right.
you do have that now as part of the ARP set aside.
What I'm hearing from David from Habitat for Humanity is that they do support minority contractors, although those contractors may not yet have their certification,
Not with
correct?
the hub, with the state
But you
level
are
or the city.
willing to
Absolutely.
work with them to make sure they get those certifications. So that was the point I was trying to make here.
Understood.
Yes. So every contractor you hire is minority, except there was one.
The only one is the plumber.
The plumber.
Currently,
Okay.
it's just the plumber. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that helps a lot. Thank you so much.
Hugh?
Were you saying that those contractors that work for you are not certified at state level?
They have not completed the hub certification at the state level, and then the secondary certification with the city, which comes following the hub. So actually, I just got a text from one of our contractors who's working in our office, African-American male company. All of his workers were African-American. He's just forwarded his information. I told him I will sit down and work with that computer system and fill out those forms with him, handhold them right through the process. Yeah. So anything we know that we have resources and capacity internationally, but we're happy to help in whatever way we can to make this a possibility.
See, that's the situation we're always in.
Yep.
We don't get
Yep.
Somebody's over us. They can't make decisions about what they do.
Goldie.
The situation that it's on.
Okay,
The mic
go
is on.
ahead, go ahead.
It's on. As loud as I talk, Council.
Go ahead, go.
They don't get it.
I said that's the situation we're in. All right, they are minorities, but they have no control. They really don't.
They gotta work for somebody.
And that's the situation that those that she has on that list
Right.
are certified. They could be their own boss. That's what we're trying to get to.
Totally understand.
And it's hard for folk to understand. But when somebody's always over you and they make the final decision, it does not have the same impact.
Understood.
And these folks have gone to college, they're certified, and then the problem is they come up short because they don't have the money.
They can't meet the
And
funding
of
requirements.
course,
They
the
can't get the
first
loans.
thing,
Yeah.
the first thing is to see this. This is the first thing. And every black child, Dr. King said this, every black child has to come to the realization that their skin color is going to be a problem.
Not in our world.
He said a curse.
Yeah.
So we're under all the time. And when we try to fight for something different, it seems like folks who love us, but they still can make some kind of story that will soothe it over.
We're not
And they
look-
love us dearly,
Yeah.
but they will not yield to some of the things that we request. But I'm going to keep right on asking.
I want to be clear. We're happy to yield.
Pardon?
If you didn't hear me the first time, we're happy to yield.
And-
All of you count. We are.
Mary-
And having a board chairman that's African American, having my chairman of the building committee, having my 2 staff in construction, we now have the ability to see a different color at Habitat with those subs, and I think our ability to partner with them is going to help, but we are happy to yield this.
Mary Kay, are you finished?
Okay. My question about the subs were basically, do any of the subcontractors own their own businesses?
They all own their own
They
businesses.
all own their own businesses, all of the minority contractors.
The Pete Wall is an incorporated plumbing, but the rest are all.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'd just like for you to vote this way.
Yeah.
If you feel that way, I'd like
Yeah. I'm saying, knowing that all the contractors own their own companies.
But that's not the point.
The issue is the
Yeah.
MWBE, I understand that.
Right.
I didn't talk MWBE, so you're wrong. Yeah, I'm not talking MWBE tonight. I'm talking contract. I'm talking. You all talk about small business, and you say it. Oh, I was a small businesswoman. I was a small businesswoman. I was a small businesswoman.
Aren't they small businesses?
I'm not talking about somebody that's an employee.
No. They own their businesses.
I'm not talking about an employee.
Could I get clarification? The subcontractors own their own businesses.
Mary Kay, the people I'm talking about don't work for them. They are entrepreneurs. They have their own.
So
license.
are they.
They have their own license. They have their own company. They do. I'm not talking about a sub.
They're not subs.
And
They're,
I'm not
they're
talking
contractors.
about
I was not finished, and everybody's jumping on me. I'm just trying to clarify. I'm just trying to clarify.
You're screwing my words, and I don't like it.
No,
Yes, you
I wouldn't
are,
do that.
And I know what I'm saying, and I know why I'm saying it, and I know who I'm talking about.
I'm just trying to get clarification from the gentleman from Habitat. He is telling me, and if I'm proven wrong, I'll be proven wrong and admit it. He is telling me that each of those they contract with are minority contractors who own their own businesses, sidewalk, paving, just like any other
It's like a 1099.
entrepreneur.
We're paying them for a service. They own their own business. They have their own insurance. They have their own trucks, equipment, everything else. They're independent contractors. They have their own
And
business.
in their business, they are
That's
certified
correct.
for their business,
The
correct? But they're
employees-
not certified minority business.
That's correct. The
Okay.
employees we have are employees that get paid us paycheck just like anybody else working for a company.
Because an electrical contractor would have to be certified in his business.
So let me just say, at the beginning, when I did the introduction to the meeting, I did say, all meeting attendees are expected to respect the speakers and council deliberations, and that means ourselves, too. We can disagree with each other. We don't need to be disagreeable. We can make our points.
I was just trying to make a point, and if it's incorrect, I'll admit it's incorrect. But I was just trying to make the point that each of these people that are hired are certified in their business, whether they're certified as electricians and they own their business. They're certified as pavers and they own their business. They're certified as window sellers and they own their business. And they're certified as an insulation company and they own their business. They have requirements they have to fulfill. I understand the part that they may not be certified as HUB through the state and MWBE through the city, but they are minority contractors being employed.
Right. But
And I'll stop there because I don't want to get yelled at again.
And I believe if I understand the point we're making is as Sharon has put it, there's 17 contractors that aren't part of this process that would like to get in, and this money will help them do that. We're supportive of that happening.
Thank you.
Well, and I believe, didn't the city
Madam
manager?
Mayor.
Sorry.
David and also Ms. Robinson, thank you so much for being a great partner for the City of Greensboro. I've had the opportunity to work with you all, and I tell you, there's nothing greater than having that first break and getting that pimento cheese sandwich. Nothing like it. Best thing in the world. If you know what I'm talking about.
With a little sweet tea.
And the sweet tea, exactly. At the same time, if you followed the last vote, the vote was 5-4. I was one of the 4, and I'll remain one of the 4. And I appreciate the conversation and the discussion that's gone on today. And I just wanted to share a little bit as to the why. We had our strategic planning session retreat several weeks ago. I've forgotten when it was actually. And one of the things that really came out of it was that we really want to make sure, in looking at our priorities and our vision and our mission, that we look at the equitable investment, which to me really is about opportunity. You all have been providing opportunities for those who work with you currently. And it's also about building a strong team, the entire team in Greensboro. It doesn't matter who you are, where you work. It's just that everybody is at the table and everybody presents the strengths so that we can have those great outcomes and productivities for the future. It's been said before, it's not either or, it's and in both. And I think that we have an opportunity here in looking at, re-looking at what we're doing with our priorities and our strategies. There's been said that it's not about habitat, and this really isn't about habitat. It's about Greensboro.
We understand.
It's about making Greensboro a stronger, more cohesive, collaborative. And I hear your words in that you're willing to yield some of the funds. What that really means is that you're helping to provide additional opportunities for additional persons in our community so that we can continue to be strong and get stronger. And that's why my vote on the 1.5 is going to stay the same. And hopefully there's another motion. If that motion fails, there's another motion and we can proceed. But we're partners. Absolutely. And we're collaborating together and we're making Greensboro stronger. This isn't about anything else other than that, making Greensboro stronger. Thank you.
So Sharon, Nancy, me, and Zach.
So again, let me be clear. It is not about habitat. It is about businessmen that are already contractors. I'm not talking about somebody that's a plumbing contractor, an electrical contractor, a mechanical contractor. I am talking about contracting in the sense of I have my company and I hire my own people. I'm not hired to do work for somebody else. I hire my own people. I'm in business to hire my own people. And what statistics have also shown is that when black businesses operate, they hire black people. Yes, I appreciate Habitat changing their employees, and the world is moving black and brown. Pretty soon, nobody's going to have a choice. Currently, we're 54%. So that's where the pool you've got to choose from. But I'm speaking of, I need to be clear, because apparently people misconstrue or they try to change the narrative. And the bottom line is here, Theodore Stevens is a contractor. John Green is a contractor. Heck, Jim Key's a contractor. Mark Lindsay, Don Kroom, Urban South is a contractor. Dwight Tatum is a contractor. Jeremy Simpson is a contractor. I can go on and on. These folk have their own business with their name on their own card. They don't have a name on a card under somebody else's. That's what I'm speaking of when I'm talking about the opportunities that need to be offered to them too. They too want to build and do things. They may not build on the scale that you do, but they can contribute. Some of them have done this, and they have history. Chris Holmes is one on here. Guess what? He redid Summit and Cone. Summit and Cone, you remember what that looked like? He redid that. So lives here now. So these are people want to come in, and maybe he may have some opportunities that some others may not have, but he may have some gaps too. He could have been the great one to do John Demery because he did Summit and Cone. I'm just simply saying, because everyone may not fit the same model, but I'm saying that that was just simply to set aside to provide some opportunities that they may not see often in a lifetime. You know, I mean, yeah, some of them may not have a problem. We support Piedmont Business Capital so that small businesses can go to PBC and get funding assistance, because walking in a traditional bank doesn't always work for us. going in with that. That's what we heard at our retreat when we heard Malcolm Coley talk about equitable access and having to support businesses with their portfolio of financing in order to help. That's what we heard. So what I'm saying to you all, that's what this is about. Not about a plumber who's going to go put some pipe in the ground. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about someone with their own business. And they just say, I'm just simply saying, what is it that we can do to be intentional about helping them? And this I saw was an opportunity because President Biden, like him or not, did an executive order January 20th when he got 13985. Go read it. And it speaks of underserved population. And that set up the ARP funding when we ran into the situation we did. And in that ARP funding, it speaks of minority nonprofits, minority small business. The mayor and I were intentional about making sure that some of that money got to them, but more of it probably should have, but we had so many capital needs, including carpet, that we had to get things done. So I get that. So this was another opportunity to do some of that. So I just need to make myself clear. Write it right, John Hammer. Put it right. Okay? But I just need it to be understood where I'm coming from.
So let me hop in before I go to Nancy. I think what Sharon and Mary Kay, I think Sharon is focused on general contractors. And that's kind of, I think, where the difference in the conversation is, somebody being the GC and somebody being the sub. I think that's kind of what we're hearing right here. Mrs. Hoffman, then me, then Zach.
I just wanted to make certain that, Mary Kay, you had asked the manager. I think we still have, what, $1 million or so that we could designate with certain parameters that have to be met in terms of your ability to fulfill a project or to manage a project.
Yes,
we could do that without taking away from this 1.5 million.
Yes, what we have not done is to come to you with a proposal as to how that will be spent, but we do have something that you set aside, and that could be used however you want us to define that. Yes,
I would certainly prefer that if we can leave the habitat at the level that we originally initiated it, and then if we have another $1 million that we can use, make available to your qualified contractor list, I guess, Sharon, for designated projects for them to meet the parameters that are required there. That seems like more of a win-win to me.
So I think this has been a good discussion.
Is that?
No, I'm in front of Zach.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I usually go at the end, but so I had a good discussion with Dr. Wells yesterday, but more than anything, I think since our last vote and now was our strategic plan, and we talked an awful lot about equitable investment, and the mission that we came up was to shape an inclusive future for equitable economic opportunity and sustainable safe neighborhoods through resident-focused services and programs. We talked a lot about economic equity, and I think this is an opportunity for us to make a decision that reflects what our retreat was all about. We said that we were going to make decisions when it came to budget and ARP based on the discussions that we had and what our guiding principles were. I spoke with one of the board members from Habitat earlier today, and I know that the heart is in the right place. And I thank you for the great work that you have done and will continue to do. And once you spend that $1 million, come back for more. We're not saying that this is the end of the line, but I do think we have to give an opportunity to people who may not have felt that they had an opportunity at this point. So I do want to make it clear that we appreciate what you've done, and we're lucky that we have a high-volume builder, because that is something that we have missed for a long time. I know that the houses you and I talked about, that I think 2 houses ago was appraised for 197, and the next one was in excess of 200,000. We appreciate the commitment that you have to minority subcontractors, but I think what the discussion here is about general contractors and giving them the opportunity to actually run the job, and that is the biggest difference. So I'm willing to reconsider my previous vote and go for the $1 million, but knowing, come back, because you know, we'll find funding where it's needed, but right now there is an opportunity that we have. So Zach, then you.
I'm not going to belabor this whole thing, because I think this one's been beaten pretty good, and I think it's been respectfully discussed. David and the folks at Habitat for Humanity, what you do, there's no question, is a terrific thing for those that are serving your houses. I love seeing the pictures when they get their keys. I also, my parents, when I was growing up, used to tell me to read a room. And I'm reading this room. And I would submit to make and I'm hoping to get a substitute motion on this. Chuck, make sure I'm doing this right. I'm not?
No, we went through this last time, and
I
so
can't
we'll have Chuck walk it through, because I'm not
I was
getting
going to say a substitute motion for $1 million for Habitat for Humanity with $500,000 on what would be a new program that would be geared for minority-owned business operators. And just to further clarify, the $1 million that you were talking about earlier, keep that powder dry, because A, if you're successful, come back and get the extra 500. B, if the new minority-owned businesses perspective, come back and get the other 500. So that would be my substitute motion, and I hope I could get a second to.
So that would really be the motion that I did from before.
Second.
Okay.
And I'll second.
So,
And I'll second that.
Wait, Mr. City Attorney, is that done correctly?
Close enough, Chuck.
Yeah, it's
Can you
difficult
figure-
because being clear about what your rules have been in the past and the way you tend to function is more a matter of memory than it is actually documented. Robert's Rules of Order would have none of this. You can't talk about anything to the motion on the table. It's
Yeah,
just
this did
it's not applicable.
this did not even look close to Robert's.
Exactly. And
No,
my
it
position to you is that it should not. You're
Say
not.
that again?
It's not appropriate for this body to operate under Robert's Rules of Order. But there's still, and the chair generally has discretion to deal with this.
So my question is, which motion is on the floor?
In you all's past, you have entertained friendly amendments.
Our
But
friendly
it would have to be supported by the maker of the initial motion.
Substitute motion.
So instead of substitute, it should be
Do a
offered a
friendly.
friendly
Well, I'm
amendment.
just saying, if it's a friendly amendment, that's one way of
Discussion.
dealing with it. If it's not a friendly amendment,
I mean, I want to be friends with everybody, Chuck, but just tell me.
So,
you got me in a conundrum.
Mary Kay made the motion on the 1.5. She would have to accept the friendly amendment.
If it's going to be treated as a friendly amendment.
Okay, but I had a comment first. I was still, are you finished with that comment?
Do I need to clarify the amendment, whether it's a substitute or friendly, for the $1 million?
It's really at the discretion of the chair.
So then, normally we do a friendly amendment. If it's no, then we vote on that, and then.
Because if the amendment that everybody knows what the friendly amendment is going to be, and if the maker of that amendment chooses not to let it be made, then the vote is probably not going to pass. Or if it does pass, then the friendly amendment probably wasn't going to pass.
Councilwoman Boozwaiter, I would make a friendly amendment that we allocate $1 million tonight for Habitat for Humanity and allocate $500,000 for the minority business owned and operated contractors business proposal, because you've got to figure out how to do it, but that be allocated as a friendly amendment.
Okay, so I had a discussion question first.
Thank you, Zach.
I would prefer, let me just put it this way, that we consider what Mrs. Hoffman was saying and leave this at 1.5 and give the 1 million to the minority contractors, since we are using ARPA funds. So I don't know how to describe that.
I think we all understand that that is a
Potential.
possibility, but that's not what's on the floor.
not
So
what's on
do
the
you
table.
want to
No,
accept
but-
the amendment or not?
When that comes up, Mary Kay, we can make the
Yeah.
motion to take that 500 and give it.
I'm saying $1 million.
Here's what I would
know
submit
what
to
you're
you.
saying.
Here's what I would
Or-
submit.
or
I think we need to call the question.
So, Mary Kay, real quick,
We need a vote on.
based on
whether or
what
not
I'm hearing,
to call the
this is
question.
going to go down.
Is this
Right.
Is
So-
this vote on the friendly amendment?
I would encourage you to accept the friendly
I will
amendment.
accept the friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you very much.
So
When can we talk about the 1 million?
Well,
I would
just
hold
a
that
point of-
powder.
Not tonight.
Just a
but
point of order.
When this comes up, we
Point of
can
order,
talk
point
about
of
it.
For you all. So the amendment, the motion has been amended, right?
Yes.
And now it's different from the motion that passed on January 3rd.
Right.
This was on second reading. So therefore, this is a new motion.
Right.
If it passes with 6 votes,
correct.
it's done.
Right.
If it passes with
Right.
only 5 positive votes, then it would go on second reading at the next meeting.
so do we need to vote on the second reading to vote it down?
No.
Or
So-
we don't have,
This is a new motion.
so
This
we
is a-
don't have to vote on, okay, because I don't
Right.
want nobody
So
coming
Mary
back.
Kay accepted the amendment.
The amendment.
So it is
Okay.
now $1 million. Council, please vote.
I need to change my vote because initially I just went on and pressed the no when it
Would you
first
please
came up.
change?
So now I'm a yes.
We got this.
Councilmember Holston, could you confirm what you would like for your vote to be?
Will you please vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Wells?
Okay, that
That's
That
not-
passes 9-0. I want to make sure that the people who voted understand that that was reducing it to $1 million.
With the future talks about the
Exactly.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you very much.
And we need to
And-
vote on
and-
the 500.
No, it's good. It goes into the affordable housing pot.
Well, the good thing about the good thing about coming out of the strategic planning session is that we said that all of our decisions would be steeped in the equitable investment. So it's not as if it's one and done. It's going to be a course of business for us.
Right.
So that 500,000 goes in the affordable home pot. So it has a place to go. We don't have to vote on that.
I thought we specifically wanted it to go to these contractors.
But it will be, now it will be specifically designated. Mr. City Manager, correct? It will be specifically designated. The money's going back.
We'll bring it back to you,
to
because
the
I just have to
affordable
make
housing
sure that
pot.
I'm very careful with the language
And
that
we
will be
may want to
there.
develop an RFP or
Yeah.
whatever.
We can
And-
craft something that would be, I think, relatively.
You know, Sharon, I know you and I had this discussion about 2 weeks ago about the SBE and how hard you fought to get that SBE through the legislature. That will really help minority contractors, and it would be good to get that SBE policy finalized.
It will be, and I'm waiting on some data from Griffin and Strong, because Griffin and Strong is going through, the disparity study, and they're reviewing our numbers too, and seeing where the slack is at. And so
Well-
that's going to help, I think, as well. So, yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, so if they could get those numbers to us, it's already been 6 months since it was passed. Let's go ahead and get a policy.
Actually, they have a public hearing tomorrow, and I was going to do that in my comments, so we can talk about that later.
Thank you. Item, here's the easy one. So item J3 and J4 will be taken together. J3 is a resolution approving a change order in the amount of $5,810,724 for contract 2019-0760 construction reimbursement agreement between the City of Greensboro and Elm Street Hotel, LLC, for the construction of the February 1 parking deck, and J4, ordinance in the amount of $2,507,459, increasing budget for contract 2019-0760 construction reimbursement agreement between the City of Greensboro and Elm Street Hotel, LLC, for the construction of the February 1 parking deck project. We have to take those separately.
On which one? J3?
So that has been moved by Dr. Wells and seconded by Mrs. Thurm.
I had a question, Madam Mayor. I don't know if it popped up on your screen.
It did not. Go ahead.
I sent an email to the manager earlier today on this item, and I said the same thing when we met in our groups, which was, absolute transparency is necessary, and we've talked about it from a council perspective. And so what I asked was, that there were 0 administrative fees associated with these increases, and that was confirmed, and I appreciate you putting that in the agenda items as well. But making sure, and I asked, and nobody else may want this, but I certainly do, a detailed expense report of the cost, what the overage, the detail, and the clarity on the detail and the overruns. And so we just need to understand, I just want us as a city to be readily available with as much transparency as possible on this item. Or
Yes,
these two items.
I understand. I will get that.
And I don't expect it right now.
Yes, I get that to council. Thank you.
So there is a motion and a second. Council, please vote.
Did you vote, Nancy?
I did vote.
Councilmember Thurm.
Tammy? She seconded, so you can assume it's a yes. And that passes 8-1. Do I have a motion for item J4?
I move that, J4. I move it.
So moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Mary Kay Buzawater. Council, please vote. And that passes 8-1.
I'm a no, Zach, and just in case you can check my record on this one. I've been a no the whole time.
Item J5 is a resolution approving the acquisition of 1417 Glenwood Avenue from Christ United Methodist Church for $30,000 and accepting donation of 4 buildable lots.
Move the item.
So that was.
Can y'all wait and kind of hear Michelle? I think this is critically important to hear her. I know you want to go home, Mayor Pro
I
Tem.
like the enthusiasm.
Well, and
appreciate it.
I think this is good for the general public.
Yeah, and before I say anything, I want to invite Carolyn McKinney up just to talk a little bit from the perspective of Christ United Methodist Church.
Mayor Vaughn and other councilmen. I'm here as the co-chair of the Church Council for Christ United Methodist Church. In 2017, we merged with Glenwood Methodist Church. In 2017, we merged with Glenwood United Methodist Church in order to have a stronger mission in that neighborhood. For the next 3 years, we continue to grow our mission and to serve the people at the table on Monday evenings with a meal and with a short worship service. But then the pandemic came in 2020 and all things changed. We had to meet outside, and we continued to serve thousands of people meals from the Glenwood community and people who would come there from across Greensboro. But following the pandemic, we had to make a decision about what we would do with our mission at Glenwood. And we had thought that maybe it was to serve hungry people, to work with that. However, in our conversations with people in the community, we continued to hear that housing was the issue, that they needed more affordable housing, they needed better housing, and they needed services for housing in that area. So it was a blessing when Michelle Kennedy came to our task force meeting and expressed the new idea that we had no idea of, that the city would be able to serve the people in the Glenwood community by moving the housing offices into that building. And we thought, you know, this is really a blessing, and in the final agreement, we have a win-win-win situation. We're able to serve the people of Glenwood. We're going to have some minority builders and also some habitat houses in another area. So I just want to tell you how much in support the church council and in a vote of our charge conference voted unanimously for this recommendation. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Yes.
And thank you for watching the will of government.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for doing this. I think it will benefit the Glenwood community tremendously and help the city of Greensboro become more visible by them occupying that space. So thank you for
helping to lead that discussion as well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And this is another opportunity to partner with Habitat, who will get those buildable lots. And so, thank you. I think that shows that our partnership is strong and that we have all intentions of continuing to work together. And this neighborhood, Glenwood, is one of our reinvestment areas, and it will be really great for the city to have an office there, for the neighborhood to have a hub, to have new houses being built, and it's something positive that we can point to. Again, when we're looking through the lens of our strategic framework, this checks all the boxes. So thank you so much.
But the Habitat lots will not be in Glenwood. That was not what they wanted. So they will be with other lots that we have.
There are 4 lots in neighborhoods where Habitat's already doing some work that will be given to Habitat for development. Really the target for the 3 lots in Glenwood will be working with the community to identify what goes on those 3 lots and working with minority contractors for opportunities to build there.
Thank you.
Move the item.
So that was moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader.
Now, quick question. I know we've already voted. You've given these lots to Habitat, correct?
We will be transferring these lots to Habitat. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And as we discussed earlier, there are 3 lots in Glenwood that we intend to do the same as it relates to minority contractors.
As it relates to minority contractors.
Yes, ma'am.
We will give those lots.
Yes, ma'am.
Because that is part of the other thing. We if we're going to give them to them, we got to give them to others,
It's about
too.
equitable distribution.
Right,
Yes, ma'am.
Right, absolutely. So,
all right. Did everybody vote?
We're waiting on
Yes.
Councilmember Thurm.
Madam Mayor, I am unable to vote now, so I don't know whether my system's stuck or not, but I'm a yes.
Thank you. And that passes 9-0. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and thank you for your patience.
Sorry you had to wait so long.
Item J6 is a resolution authorizing city manager to pursue an agreement with the Guilford County Board of Education regarding the transfer and acceptance of property at 2301 and 2301, 2309 Trade Street, known as Hampton Elementary School.
Move the item.
Moved by
Sharon
Mrs. Hightower, seconded by, yeah, but this one took a lot of work.
Mr. Manager, the only thing when you're negotiating, just get as much environmental information as you can get from them. Because let's start early on asking.
So actually, Zach, it's already been evaluated by NCDEQ. It was done a while back prior to our ownership, and thank you all for voting for us to receive this in. However, it has already been, we know what the contamination issue is at Hampton, so we've already done that. I think Deputy City Manager kind of took a little quick look at it on Friday. And I will just tell you that the school system was very happy because they've already given us the keys. They've taken, they took up the concrete barriers that they had all around it. They've cleaned, they've wiped everything clean. And so one thing I want to talk to us about is taking down the signs that was damaged. The sign that was damaged by the tornado is still there. And so that is still, we need to take it down. I do want to thank two members of the Cottage Grove community who are here tonight, and that's Dale Hall, who's the president, and Ms. Cheryl, who are both here. They didn't want to really say anything, but they've actually part of the Bingham Park Environmental Justice Team. So now we will roll Hampton School into this, and that is why the request for the funding is now $39 million. It was $36 million prior to that, so it's already included in that. So, thank you all. Yes, well, I try to be as thorough as possible. I try to think through as much as I can. I usually do my homework, but I will tell you that this has been a little bit long in coming. We started out asking over a year ago, but we've got it done. And it may seem like an insurmountable task that we took on this school, but I think it's the absolute right thing to do for the community. They need an uplift in that area, but this will be a community-oriented process. And also, in talking to Dr. Oakley, space will be, available for GCS, for our students in the area that may need a little space to come in for tutoring or whatever. So we're going to incorporate health and wellness, walking trails. We hope to do a East Greensboro Greenway, going all the way from A&T, coming all the way around over to Barbara Park. So it's really going to be really a space that this city is going to be proud of when you talk about being intentional about lifting up communities and being equitable in it. So
Our
I want to
attorney.
appreciate that. Yes.
Just wanted to add a point of clarity. The resolution was written very specifically to authorize the manager to pursue an agreement, but not yet to formally accept because of the environmental concerns that we haven't had a chance to, at least from the city attorney's office, dig into deeply to better advise you, to make sure the council fully understands what it may or may not be accepting. So I just wanted to clarify that for council, that this allows the manager to pursue an agreement. Likely we'll have to come back to you for a formal acceptance of this property from the school system. And I just wanted to make sure that that point was clear at this meeting so that it wasn't confusing either the council or to the public.
Well, you can.
And as we talk about cleaning up Bingham Park, I mean, it really is very close to Hampton.
It's close to Hampton.
We know that there are issues, and I have to say that this has been almost 5 years, and I know that the discussions about that with this started with David Parrish. So these discussions have been going on for a long time, but it is shameful that that school has been in that condition for almost 5 years. Yeah. And we often say, if this was in West Greensboro, that wouldn't happen. If this was in West Greensboro, it would have been down a long time ago.
It would have been torn down
and
quite
it
a while
is
ago.
It is absolutely shameful that that neighborhood has had to live with this boarded up school in its midst for 5 years. And I'm glad that we can move forward and help fix this because it's been.
Well, it's time. I mean, we need to do something. It's become a dumping site in some sense of the word, just because it's abandoned. And when it's abandoned, people feel like you've abandoned them. But let me say, Tony, we have NCDEQ reports, and I believe we have some things that we can certainly share with our legal team, and I've talked to Chuck about it in the past, so as it relates to the environmental concerns, and I think...
We have them, we just haven't had an opportunity to fully digest them to advise you, and that's in no implication that we're going to advise anything other than accept. We just want to be able to fully advise you as to what you're accepting when you do formally accept the property.
Okay, well, you've got the keys. You've already got the keys, so...
So, Council, Tammy, oh, you are a yes.
Yeah.
That passes 9-0. Right after the tornado, obviously, we all toured the area, and there was something about Hampton Elementary School that really hit me, was the devastation of the school, and then just a couple of yards over was the playground, and not one piece of mulch was disturbed.
No.
And it really showed the fickleness of the tornado and how it hops around and how it damaged the school and how it damaged those trailers. And yet that playground didn't have a mulch moved.
No.
So,
No.
Maybe it wasn't fickle. Maybe there's a message in that.
maybe.
Well, just fortunately, it was on a Sunday and not a Monday. So had it been on a Monday, this may be a whole different discussion that I don't even know.
So that is the end of our agenda. So boards and commissions, please say who you are replacing and what district they reside in. Mrs. Hightower?
Nothing for me this evening. I need to go back through the vacancy list and see.
Okay.
And
Dr. Wells?
Yes, I'd like to appoint Dr. Stacy Green to the Redevelopment Commission, and he is replacing Clinton Gravely. Clinton.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 So I need, Madam Clerk told me I need to know who the second was, so it was Mary Kay, just for the record. And I know that we had another opening in redevelopment for Peter Isikoff, if you can get that replaced. Okay. Anything else, Goldie? Zach? Nancy? Tammy?
Yes, I have one appointment. I would like to appoint Anthony Kyler to the War Memorial Commission to replace William Sullivan, whose 2 terms have expired.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? And that passes 9-0.
Thank you.
Let's see, so that was Tammy.
Mayor Kay has one on.
Okay. Mary Kay?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And Mayor Pro Tem has allowed me so kindly to reappoint this person. I would like to reappoint Alicia Nicole Gaines to the Community Sustainability Council for her second term.
Okay. Seconded by Dr. Wells. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? That passes 9-0. Hugh?
None tonight, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Now we have council comments. Can we kind of do it like speed dating? Mrs. Hightower?
Yes, as the MWBE liaison, I just want to remind everyone, we're in the midst of a disparity study, and I know the mayor just mentioned earlier briefly about our numbers, but we are having 2 public hearings this week to hear from contractors who we need to know why they can't do business with the city, why it's been difficult, or if they have and it's working out well for them. Either way, so that's tomorrow, I believe it is, from 12 to 1, and then I have it, the next day is the 23rd, and it's 5 to 6. I also want to just briefly say that one of the reasons I asked tonight about the Science Center bond and how quickly you were moving on that is because I want us to move quickly on some other bond dollars if possible. Because if you can do it for them, you can do it for other stuff. And I know there's a 2016 housing bond, Greensboro housing bond out there for East Greensboro. And I did send an email asking earlier, you know, what is that money being spent on? There's money committed. Who committed it? You know, what's going on? But as we talk about housing and talk about supporting housing and contractors who are out here ready to build, ready to do, we give them the lots that we already have. They've been sitting in these redevelopment areas and absolutely nothing is happening with these lots for 20 and 30 years. We've got to start moving those barriers. And so I want to know how quickly we can start spending that bond money as well. And then I wanted to just say that I went to a really nice remembrance event for Luther Ball's father, Mr. Luther Ball's senior. It was Sunday, and they did just a little nice ceremony of remembering him. You know, and community had a lot of nice things to say. He was 94 years old. So, and when we see Luther, actually Luther got a lot of his, you know, traits from his dad. So that was something very enjoyable. So, and thank you all. District 1 hit some home runs tonight, some rezonings, some new projects coming along. So we are really growing over there. So thank you.
Dr. Wells?
You say be brief, so I'm
Speed dating. Yep.
Yes, I'd like to invite everyone to our chief. Chief will be having this conversation over at Peeler Center on the 2nd at 6 o'clock, and we want to invite all of you, the concerned citizens, and all of you to come to hear and have a conversation with our new police chief.
Great. Thank you. Great job. Mr. Mazzini.
I'll say this, it is quick, but we've talked a lot about homeless, and we've heard a lot about homeless. And I've stated many cases in regards to my passion for trying to help those in need. And I got to commend, I hate Michelle left, but last week there were emails flying. Is she still here? You know, we had a case on Friendly Avenue where 4 people really needed help. And one man, if it were not for pushing and pushing and pushing, quite frankly, if it wasn't for Michelle and Liz on her team, the guy would have died on the street. Instead, we got him out of his urine, out of his feces, with a shower, with new clothes and housing. And so, Michelle, great job. It's a shame, as you and I talked that Friday afternoon, that it took that much time, almost basically 4 or 5 days to do that. But you did it, finally getting it in. So thank you for that, and witnessed him. But unfortunately, Monday, a man died on the streets. That was homeless, unhoused, whatever you want to call it. We have got to do better.
Yes.
Period. We've met a lot. There's some stuff that has to change, and it's got to change now. When I have said up here, you're going to let people die on the street, well, they did on Monday, downtown. So I'm tired of seeing it. We got to make some changes. We got to house some people. We got to get them the services they need, and we need to quit talking about it, and we need to do it. Absolutely. That's as quick as I can handle.
That was important. Thank you. Mrs. Thurm has signed off, Mayor Pro Tem.
Now, 2 things. I want everybody to know that the mayor's birthday is Sunday.
Oh, my goodness. How did you know that?
I'm brilliant. And we all want to wish you a very happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you.
I went to Germany and Belgium on vacation, and I spoke at a school, elementary school in Belgium, talking about the civil rights movement in Greensboro to 8 classes. And it was wonderful. The children were wonderful. But one little boy raised his hand. He said, "Did you know Harriet Tubman?" So that, you can laugh on that on the way home on that one. That's all I got.
Mary Kay?
Follow that.
I'll be brief. I think most of us were at the dedication of the Freedom Statue at Merle Boulevard and Eastgate City Boulevard. That was a really nice event and very, very meaningful. I had the pleasure of riding the Amtrak from Burlington to Charlotte and back a week or so ago with several of the state people, several of our staff, as another mode of transportation. And I want to tell you all, you should really try to ride the train. It's smooth. You get to see all the scenery. You're not having to worry about traffic, just so many things. So consider it. And the reason we started in Burlington, well, you know, I'm on the railway safety team. So the reason we started in Burlington was to be able to see the Greensboro corridor when we came in. So that was very beneficial to knowing about how to keep our railways safe. I represented the council and the mayor Sunday at the Hope Fest for Hunger, a very successful event that raises money for A Simple Gesture and Greensboro Urban Ministry. Chief Thompson was at Barber Park the other evening. Several council members were there. And it brings up one question that I would like to direct to either the safety director for the city, Mr. Davis, or the manager. I know we've talked an awful lot about, taking care of our police officers and how other municipalities are taking our police officers. And I don't know if there are any things that might be in the works for that, or if Chief Thompson has any ideas, but I think we need to get something going rather quickly because there are more and more leaving every day. So can we check with Chief Thompson or see if there's anything in the works?
We've had a series of meetings with both chiefs and Director McNeil from GM911 with our budget and our HR department to make sure that we're reflecting what the leaders that we've selected to be leaders of those organizations see fit to best both retain and keep those whether it's officers, firefighters, or the 911 operators. And I think those meetings are going very good. I'm very impressed at what they're coming up with.
Great, thank you. So if at some point we could get an update, I think that'd be great. My last thing is please think of those in Turkey and Syria. 45,000 people are dead. That is like the entire city of Hickory being blown off the map. Yep. So think of it in those terms. 45,000 people have lost their lives, so I think we need to think about them. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Say one other thing. I forgot one thing. The Chamber of Commerce had a wonderful event at the Tanger Center, and our Chamber of Commerce is now 5-star. That's the highest you can get. And only 2%, I think they said, in the nation is 5-star. So kudos to our Chamber of Commerce for their great work and all of the economic development they've done. It certainly has helped us. So I wanted to give them a shout out. Thank you.
And I'll jump in. Were you there when they made North Carolina State the #1 HBCU? Because they left.
And Sharon told them, set them straight.
Because they left off A&T.
Hugh?
Yes, I have a couple of things. I just have a couple of things, a couple of 300 things here. The first thing is, going back to our discussion towards the latter part of this meeting, it's just nice that when you go to a strategic plan and you go through all the tenets and usually you get the results and you put it in a little booklet, you put it on the shelf, and you don't do anything with it. So it's just great that we're already collaborating and partnering and driving towards our mission and vision and our guiding principles. And then after that, just three things. One is that the International Civil Rights Center Museum is doing a speaker series, and I've had the opportunity to attend all that have been so far. Andrew Young, former UN ambassador, just absolutely phenomenal conversation. If you have a chance, go to the Civil Rights Museum website where the I won't call it an interview, it's more of a discussion, a conversation. It lasted for an hour and a half, and it could have been 5 hours, and it was just fantastic. Jeanette Cole, J.J. Lawson, and then Al Sharpton coming in March. And then also the Tanger Center is now opening up its third Broadway season. And the first 2 seasons have been phenomenal, and the third season is going to be even more. So on those 2 events, the Civil Rights Museum and then also Tanger, check those out. And then I had no idea that I had no idea why I was so fond of our Madam Mayor, with their birthday being February 26th, mine is February 25th.
How about that? Yeah, happy birthday.
Thanks so much, and to you also.
And as a new grandfather.
There you go.
Yes.
There you go. Couldn't be any better.
Very cool.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Well, I will be spending my birthday at the Tanger Center watching the Book of Mormon, which I understand is absolutely hysterical, and we could all use a good laugh every now and then. So thank you for those birthday wishes. Mr. City Manager?
Well, thank you, Mayor and
Did I
Council.
skip you? I'm sorry.
Ms. Hoffman.
Sorry.
I'll just mention one thing. Chief Thompson is going to be in District 4 at Lindley Park, Lindley Recreation Center on Thursday night, so I hope that we'll have a good turnout.
Thank you.
That's what I was going to say.
Mr. City Attorneys, anybody?
No comments. Thanks very much, and have a great evening.
Great. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? We are adjourned.